Are you tired of old note-taking application? In this tutorial, we're going to learn about how to make an advanced note-taking application, whereby we're going to have two sections. One, we'll be able to see our notes in cards format, and also we'll be able to see our notes in tables format. In cards format, we can have a preview of the note. For instance, we can just click here and you can see that the title of the note is "Are You Champion?", status is completed, and this is the content of the note. We can also have a preview of the timestamp by just clicking here. We can see that the time that this note was created was Friday, September 20th, 2024. We can also have the specific title of the note. We can also edit a specific note by clicking this pencil icon here. When we click the pencil icon, we can stretch the note, and you can see we have a beautiful pop-up notification that the note has been fetched successfully. We can edit, for instance, I can just include some dummy data here. After updating our note or changing something in our note, when we click submit here, we have a beautiful notification. We can also edit our note by the pencil icon here, and you can see that we can stretch the content of our note. So to edit a note, you can just add something here. We can change the status from completed to ongoing, and when we click submit, you can see that we have a beautiful notification, note updated successfully. We can also delete a specific note. For instance, we can select any random note to delete, and we can just delete this note here. So if we click this icon for deleting a note, we see that we are directed to this page whereby we are asked, do you really want to delete this note? But when we click delete, you can see that we have also this notification, note deleted successfully. We can also create a note by clicking this plus icon here. So when we click this plus icon, we have a field whereby we can have the title of our note, the status, and the content. Let us just add some note here. So we have added a note here with a title of book, status is ongoing, and the content is just best books. When we click submit here, we see we have a pop-up notification that says note added successfully, which is a success. We can also view the notes in tables format by just clicking this button here, and you can see that it has actually populated all the notes. And we can see that all notes have been populated with a serial number, title, status, specific date, and content. We also have actions here whereby we can edit a specific note still in this tables format, and we can also delete a specific note. So we can just click any of these and we can see its implication. So when we click, for example, we want to edit this note here, we can just click this delete icon here, and we can see that we are also able to delete the specific note. If this is of interest to you, ensure that you also subscribe and like, because we'll be uploading more great content. Hi there, in this section we're going to create our project folder in which we're going to host both the front end and the back end. But in this section we'll focus on the back end. To create our project folder, navigate to your desktop and then right click and say new folder, and then we need to name it as full stack note app. Full stack note app, like that. I've already done that, and this is the folder. So what I need to do after creating that, what you need to do is just drag and drop inside the Visual Studio Code. If you do that successfully, when you open your Visual Studio, then you should be able to see a full stack note app. And the next thing we need to do is under under the full stack note app, we need to create a new folder and name it backend. To create a new folder, just click on this new folder and then name it backend. I have done that for simplicity. The next thing we need to do is to install the packages that we need for our backend. We actually need 4 packages. The first one is .env, second one is Express, third is Mongoose, and fourth is Nodemon. To install the packages, just you come to these 3 dots here, then click terminal, then new terminal. If you do that, then the terminal will appear. Then type this, just npm install and nodemon. MongoDB will be used for a database. Express is a framework for server. It's actually for server application. .env will be used for environment variables, and nodemon will be used to refresh the server. You'll understand further as we dive into the project. I've already done that, and the next thing you want to do is just type npm init space -y. This one will initialize the JSON packages. If you have done that correctly, if you navigate to your backend directory, you will find that we have the node modules, package.lock.json, package.json. If we click package.json, you will see the packages that we have installed, which is .env, Express, MongoDB, and nodemon. Then we can just put the author. You can just write here, it's optional. You can just write here your name. Mine is code with Daniel. And then description, let's just say backend and not app, like that. Nice, like that. Then another thing we need to do is to declare our entry point. Now to do that, we first come to the backend folder and we need to create a new file. To create a new file, you click on this icon here, and our file will be known as server.js. This is our entry point. We first need to set the package.json, and to do that, we come here inside the scripts. We can just delete this and type, and you can say this start and declare our entry point. You can say node server.js, like that. Now we have nodemon server.js. What this line will actually do is that it will enable for us to refresh our server application automatically instead of running the application again. This one will just start the server, but this one will allow us to refresh the server automatically whenever we make a change. It's very important. And since we are using ES6, we also need to change. We need to declare the type. Just type like this and then pass in a value of module, since we are using ES6. We also need to change our main entry point to a server application is not index.js. It's actually server.js. Nice. Now we need to come to our server.js. We have finished setting up our package.json, and we can import first Express. Let's say import Express from Express. Express, like this. Yeah, like that one. If you've noticed, my Visual Studio Code has some beautiful colors. For example, we have here, this one is a different color from this one. If you want your code to be pretty, you can install an extension known as code prettier. You can just come here to extension tab and search for prettier, like that. Allow it to search. Nice. This one, this is the extension that I have. You can click it and then you can install it. Simple like that. Another thing I've installed for this project is tab9. tab9 is an extension, an AI extension for code completion. So if you want to have a code completion and assistance from AI, you can install that. And to install tab 9, you can just come here and search for tab 9 like that. Give it a few seconds and we have this. Yes, tab 9. Now to install it, you can just click it and then click install. I've already installed that. Nice. And you can navigate back to our project server.js and we can proceed. The next thing we need to import is .env to allow us to load the environment variables. And to do that, say import .env from not dot like that, dot like this here, .env, this one here. Nice. And .env is actually environment variables, and we're going to create a file to store our environment variables. It's very important for an application to store its variables such as the port, such as connection strings in different environment variables. And to do that, you just come to your main folder, which is your backend, then click here, new file, and then just say .env like that. Simple as that. And we can declare our port and say port. We are using this library .env, but we also need to load the environment variables. To do that, we say .env.config like that. Nice. So we have actually, this is loading env variables like that. Nice. After loading the environment variables, we need to initialize Express. We need to also tell Express to use a middleware like this, app.use express.json, express.json like that. JSON consists of key value pairs whereby you have a key and a value. For instance, we have, this is the key and this is the value of an empty array. We also have the key and a value which is a string like this. The next thing we need to do is to declare the port that we're going to run on, and say constant port like this is equal to process.env.port or port 3000. You can just do it like that. We are getting the port from the process.env, the environment variable port, or alternatively, if it does not get that value, it can use this value of 3000. When you come to a .env file, we have port already declared, port, and we are giving it a value of 3000. So we're getting the port. So we're getting the port from the process environment variables, and if the program is not able to get it, it can just use port 3000. This is a nice way of actually minimizing error in your code. We can leave it at this point and just put a comma here, but for safety, it's a nice practice to do that. The next thing we need to do is we're going to listen on that port, and we're going to write this app.listen, and it's going to take two parameters. The first parameter is the port, and the next parameter is the arrow function. And the arrow function can look like this. And we just need to console.log. This you can say server is running on port, and I'm not going to use quotation mark like this, server is running on blah 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 like that. I'm going to use a template string, and it's the button above your tab, like this one. Ensure it's this one, not this one. So we can say server is running on port like this, and then we can pass in the value of port. We are running our application on this port, which is port 3000. And if it is successful, we need a message. So we can just a function. We have an arrow function here that tells us server is running on the given port. Now to run our application, we just come here to the terminal. To open the terminal first, you can come to these three dots and click on terminal, new terminal. Then when you open that, then just type this npm run dev. Why are we using npm run dev? It's because we have already declared that in our application, in our package.json. We are telling our program that whenever we run dev, it should run this. But for simplicity, we just say npm run dev so that it will be able to use nodemon to refresh the server automatically. And then just press enter here. And if it's correct, we're going to get this message. Server is running on port, this one, port 3000. We are having an output here, nice. Nodemon started the server and server is running on port 3000. This is a success. And nodemon, now if the importance of nodemon, for example, if I just type something like this, servers, for example, servers, and hit Control S, it's going to, nodemon is going to actually refresh the server automatically. I do not have to open the terminal and type in npm run dev and we have servers. Nice, we have servers is running, but servers does not make sense, so let us just retain server is running on port 3000. The next thing you're going to do is come to the backend folder and create a new folder, config. Nice. And config, for config, we're going to create a new folder known as db.js. We're creating a folder, and inside we are going to have a function that is going to connect to data. Let us come to environment variables and declare a connection string from the Mongo database. Just call it Mongo underscore URI, like that. And at the moment, I'll give it an empty string because I do not have the connection string. I'll show you how to get the connection string for MongoDB. But first, let's just come here to our function db.js. The first thing we're going to do is import. We're going to import mongoose from mongoose. Nice. And then we can say constant connect to db. I'm going to create a function that is going to connect to db, and as say synchronous, it's going to be an arrow function with no arguments at the moment, no parameters. And inside you're going to have a try and catch, like that, try and catch. And inside the try we're going to say constant connection like this is equals to await mongoose dot connect like that. And then we're going to say process dot env dot mongo underscore URI, like that. So we're declaring a variable known as con, which is for connection, and then you're saying await mongoose.connect, and it's going to connect to the connection string, the Mongo URL. We already declared Mongo URL in the .env variable like this. We have the Mongo URL like this. At the moment, we do not have the connection string, of which we're going to get it later. The reason we are having an async here is because we are using await. Await means it's going to take some time. So whenever you are using await, ensure that your function has async like this. Now, if this is true, then we can just console.log that connection is successful. Console.log console.log like that, and say connection is successful, like that. Then the next thing, I'm failing to put a termination string here. Yeah, connection is successful, like that. Else, if we are not, and connection is successful, nice. And we can also do this, since we can also print the connection string, this one here, that we have that we are getting from the MongoDB. So instead of using this this normal quotation mark, single quotation mark, we can actually use the template strings, like this one, quotation mark, like this. Let's just change that to this. Yes, like this. And then inside here, we're going to say connection is successful, and we're going to put a $sign here, and we're going to print the connection, like that. Nice. We're going to print the connection string, which is going to tell us what kind of database that we have connected, and yeah, and other information that we may require. Nice. We have our try catch statement here. Inside the try, we have constant connection is equals to await mongoose.connect, and it's going to connect to give us a connection from process.env.mongo URL, like that. And this Mongo URL is going to get from the process.env, which is inside the variable here. And if that is not true, then we can just console. We need to catch the error actually, and say console.error, like this, and we're going to pass in the error, console.error, like that. Or to make it more nice and more readable, we can say error, and then we need to it needs to give us the specific error, just error.message. Nice. We have it like that. So we have this, we have a try catch, and so it's going to try to connect to the Mongo database. If it fails, then it's going to console the error. And you can also add another statement to tell it to actually quit the process or exit the process. You can just put this one here. It's optional, but you can just put it here and say process.exit. Yeah, like that. I'm going to exit the process. And then finally, we need to export this function. And to do that, we just say export default connect. Okay, now let me change this one, connect to DB, okay, so that can make more sense. Connect DB, yes, connect DB, like that. Nice. Export default connect to DB. The main advantage of exporting default connect to DB is it will allow us, when we move, when you come here, for example, I can just call this function here, and immediately under loading .env.config, we can call it here and say, let me just give it a comment, connecting to database DB, like that, and I'll just call it like this, connect to DB, and you can see the function is available. That is the importance of using export default constant. When you're exporting a function, it will be available not only in the same file but also in other files. Now when I click this connect to DB, automatically it will also include the import statement, import connect to DB from this one. Yeah, this one, like this. Nice. Now the next thing we need to do is actually connect to move to, you can open your browser, and in the Google search console, you need to search for MongoDB. To create a MongoDB database, you move into your favorite browser, and inside the search console, just search for MongoDB, then click on the first item that you see. When you click on it, you'll be directed to this page. Then click Start for Free, and when you click Start for Free, it will take you to the login or sign up page. If you don't have an account, you can sign up with Google or just fill out this information. If you have an account, just click on Sign In. After successful sign in or sign up, you need to create a new project. Then come here and click on this, then click on New Project. I have done some other projects, that's why the list you have more items on the drop down. But for your case, if you've not done any project, then you not have many. You just click on New Project, and it will direct you to this page. Now we need to put the key as application, and the value you can give it as root, and the project name will be Notes App Full Stack, like that. Notes App Full Stack. Nice. Then click Next. Then click Create Project. Give it a few seconds. And then the next step, we need to create. You click on Create Cluster. Okay, wait for it to load, just a few seconds. Nice. And then we have a few selections here that we can choose from. We have this one that is paid. This one is also paid, but this one is free. So I would recommend for learning purposes, let's select the free one. And also we'll give a name to our cluster. I'll call it notesdb, notes database. Yes, like that. And then select a region that is closer to you. The region that is closer to me at the moment is Cape Town, South Africa. Okay, nice. Then we need create deployment. That is the last step. If you want to load a sample dataset, you can also click this one, but at the moment I do not want to load a sample dataset. Now you need to move to verification. I need to select all images with bridges. There's a bridge here, bridge here. Okay, verify again. I think the process is successful. We'll just wait another few seconds. And this is very important. You have your username and your connection password. So username and password. You need to copy this password somewhere and also your username somewhere. And then I'll just click Create Database. And then select Choose Connection Method. I'll choose Driver. And then you want to select Node.js. It's Node.js. Now that we have our connection string, we can use our connection string in our database. Ensure that you create your own connection string, because mine will be deleted immediately after this tutorial. Now just click copy, and then come to your .env file and then paste it here. Nice. Now we go back to our server.js, and there are a couple of changes you need to make. You need to ensure that connectdb has the opening and closing bracket, because it is a function. Nothing for consistency, since in the db.js we are using Mongoose, you can just come to your terminal here and npm install Mongoose. And also we are using process.env.mongo URL. We are using an environment variable. This environment variable is already loaded in our main entry program, which is server.js. We are loading it here at this stage here. But just to be sure, I would like to still import .env here. So just do this, import .env from .env. I'm just doing this for, I think, just for safety purposes, to avoid any potential errors and just to clear my conscience. Nice. Our program looks like this. We're trying to connect to the database. We are getting the connection string from the environment variable, which is mongo_URI. The connection variable is here in your .env file. You just paste this mongodb, mongo_URI, and this is a connection string. Ensure that it is a string by having this opening and closing quotation. And we can also see that notesdb is the name that we gave to our cluster, which is the name of our database. The next thing is just to test our program by just hit Ctrl S, and our notebook will try and restart our program. Then just wait for a few seconds. If the connection is correct, yeah, nice. We have the connection is successful, and we're getting this as an object, but we have our connection is actually successful. That means we have connected successfully to the database. The next thing we need to do is to create a model for our notes. To do that, you come to your backend, then click need to create a folder and name it models, like that. And we need to create a file for notes. You can say notes.js, like that. Then we need to import Mongoose from Mongoose. Import Mongoose, like that. Another thing we need to do is to create the properties that our notes will have, and those properties in database are known as schema. So we'll say constant note schema is equals to mongoose.schema. Mongoose.schema, we'll have it like this, and then inside the schema we'll define the properties that our notes will have. It will have a title, so since it is a JSON, you just give it a curly brace like this, and then we start saying by title, like that. Our notes is going to have a title, and its type will be string. So we say type and the value of string. Type of string. It's also going to be a must. It's also going to be required. It's necessary. So you just say required true.
and pass it a value of true, like that. Now this is the first property that our note will have. It will have a title, and the type, it will have a type of string, and it will be required. That means it is a must for it to be there. The next property it's going to have is content like this, which will be the content of our notes. It's also going to have the same properties like the title. The type will be string, and required will also be true. Yes, like that. Another thing we need to have, we can actually close these properties and add another property outside here, which is of timestamp. Yes, timestamp like this, timestamp like that, timestamps, and then its value will be true. Nice. Now we have timestamps and the value is true. And another thing we need to do is to create, we are creating a database and assigning the properties. We are creating a notes database and assigning the properties of that database to this schema. So schema is just another word for property. So we'll say constant note like this, and say is equals to mongoose.model, like that. Then inside here we're going to pass two things. One is the name of the database, we shall just call it notes, and the properties that the note will have.
In this file, notecontroller.js, we're going to create functions to create a note, get all notes, get a single note by ID, update a single note, and delete a note. All these functions are going to be housed in this file, notecontroller.js. First, we need to create a function to create a new note. You can just put a comment here and write create a new note, like that. And then to do that, we need to export constant create note. And the way we write that function is like this: export constant new note. Export constant, the function is not new note, it's actually create note. It's an arrow function that has two parameters. The first parameter is the request, and the second parameter is response. And it is also an asynchronous function because it takes some time. So to declare it's an asynchronous function, just write async like this. Nice, like that. And inside here we're going to have a try and catch block. So you select this one, and in the error we are simply going to give a response status of 500 and give a message in JSON format, and the message will say just server error. So you can say error.message or server error. Server error is nice, so you can just say server error like that. So we have actually created a skeleton for this function. I'm going to copy paste this function different times because the other function will just follow the same format. Just Control C and then Control V, and the second function we're going to call it get notes. Get note like that. So we have a function for creating a note, getting all the notes, updating a single note, and deleting a note. They all share this format or this backbone. Now we first come to the first function, which is for creating a note. Now to create a note, we'll first refer to our models, which is note.js. We first need to pass this when creating a note, just a title and a content. Now come back to your controller function and do this. Just type this constant title and content. And we'll get this from request.body. I'll just show you the request.body where it's coming from. Another thing we need to do is we need to check if the title and the content are provided. So this is to ensure that we have a title and a content for our note. And to do that, actually I have a suggestion here from tab 9, which is correct. We'll check whether we have a title and a content. If we do not have a title and a content, we do not proceed. We just return with a status of 400 and a message, all fields are required, like that. So it's correct. We'll create a constant known as new note. So you say constant new note. New note like this, and we'll pass in the title and the content. So we say constant new note. We are creating a new note which is going to have two things, the title and the content that are provided in the request.body. Now actually the whole of this part is outside the try block, and then if title and content is provided, we are going to create a new note with the title and the content that is provided. In our try block, we're going to try and save the note. So to do that, we say constant saved note is equals to await new note dot save, like that, this function. And we'll also return a status of 201. And inside the JSON, we're just going to pass the saved note, like this. And this is it for our first function of creating a new note. In this function, the next function is for getting notes, getting all notes. So just write get all notes, like that. In our try block, we're going to have, you can just say constant notes, and it can say is equal to await. We need to find this note, so you can just say note dot find, like that. It has no arguments, just like that. And if we're able to get the notes, we just respond with a status of 200. And in JSON format, we're going to receive the notes that are saved in the database. Otherwise, we just say status, we give a status of 500 and say server error. The next function is to update an existing note. Now, to update a note, we'll need actually the ID. First, to get the ID, we need to destructure it from request.params, like that. And also, we need to get the title and the content, because we are updating our database, and our database schema has title and content. Therefore, we're going to get title and content from request.body, like this. Now, we also check if the title and content is provided. If not title, like this, and we're also checking if not content. So we'll use a pipe command, which is an OR command. So we're checking whether we have a title and a content. If we do not have a title and a content, then we can just return. There is no need to proceed. You can just say return with a status of 400, and then we shall say all fields are required. We just say all fields are required. So this function ensures that we have both the title and the content. Now, if we have the title and content, then we can proceed to the next stage, which is in our try block. Then we'll try to update the note, and to do that, we just say constant update note is equals to await. So you just say note dot find by ID and update, and then we'll pass in some parameters. Now the first parameter is the ID. The second parameter is the title and content that is provided. This statement here will compare our updated note with the previous note, and it will ensure that the note is actually updated. Then we check, we say if not update note, that means we are checking whether the note is updated. Then we just need to return. There is no need to proceed further. Need to return with a status of 404, and we can say that the note not found or failed to update. We can just say failed to update like this. Failed to update the note like that. Otherwise, we need to give it as a response status of 200 and return in JSON format the updated note. So we just write this response.json like that, but it has to be response.status of 200, and we are returning in JSON format the updated note like that. And that is our function on updating a note. The next function is to delete a note, and to do that we need to destructure the ID, and to do that you destructure the ID from request.params, and then in your try block we need to declare a constant and call it delete note. Then we need to find by ID and delete. Then we'll check whether we have successfully deleted a note, and to do that we just put an if. Now we're checking whether we have deleted. If we have not deleted the note, then we can just return with a status of 404 and say failed to delete a note like that. Otherwise we need to give a status of 200 and message not deleted successfully. So if we are able to delete the note, then we can just give a status of 200 and message not deleted successfully. Nice. A quick recap: we have destructured our ID from our request.params, and we are trying to delete the note by using this function given by mongodb, which is find by ID and delete, and we are passing in the ID. Now we are checking whether we have successfully deleted the note. If we have not successfully deleted the note, we give it a response of 404 and a message failed to delete a note. Otherwise, we give a status of 200 and a message not deleted successfully. If all that is not possible, then we just say server error. The last function is to get a single note. Just say get a single note like that. Now to do that, we'll say export constant. As you can see, we have suggestion here, but just let me type it. So let's say export constant get note by ID. Just say get note by ID, and then it's going to be an asynchronous function, and we'll pass in two arguments, which is the request and response like that, and it's going to be an arrow function. Inside the arrow function we'll have our try block like this, and before our try block we need first to destructure our ID from params like that, and then we can have here, so we are saying constant note is equals to await not find by ID, and we are passing in the ID. So this is the note that we need to get, and we are using this function given by MongoDB to check whether we have a note. we check whether we have been able to find the note, and if we have not been able to find the note, we can just say response dot status 44 and a message of, we can just say couldn't find the note, we could not be able to find the note, like that. Otherwise we need to give a response of 200 and we'll give a response with the saved note. Now just if you want to have these suggestions, ensure that you have installed tab 9. Tab 9 will give you these suggestions just for free. Otherwise we need to give a response dot status of 500 and the message will be server error. The next thing we need to do, we need to come to our backend folder and create another folder, and we'll name the folder routes. So click here and name the folder routes like this. Inside the folder we're going to create another file and we'll name it noteroutes.js like that. Inside our noteroutes.js, we need to first import Express, and to do that we say import Express from Express, like that. The next thing we need to do is import all of these functions that we had created in our controller.js, and just import these functions here. You can just say import. You can say first we have get not. So as you can see, we have get not, that is the first function. The second function is get not by ID. We also have another function which is create not, and another function which is update not, and finally another function. We have how many functions? I think 5 functions. We're getting a note by ID, and we have delete not. Yeah, these 5 functions. Getting a note, let me put it like this so that it can be visible. So we have these functions here. Yeah, like this. Nice. So we have these functions here: get not by ID, create not, update not, delete not, which we are getting from controllers folder, this folder here, controllers, and the file is not controllers.js. So just for clarity, ensure that you have this extension here, not controllers.js. The next thing we need to do is we'll be using a router, and to do that we say constant router can just say constant router is equals to express.router, like that. We are using router, and then another thing we need to do is, as you can see, we have a suggestion here, router.get not. We are getting something from the server. So when we are getting something from the server, we use the get method. So this is correct. I'll just press tab. So we have, whenever you're getting something from the server, you use a get method, and whenever you are posting something to the server, you use a post method, and whenever you're deleting something to the server, you use a delete method, and whenever you are changing something in the database through the server, you use a post method. So you can just say router.get this one, and we will use this in getting we'll use our get not function. The next thing we need to do, we can just say router.get. We also have this suggestion here, which is very valid. Actually, tab 9 is very important because it saves you typing time, and the most important thing is for you to understand what you are actually working on. So we have router.get. Therefore, as you can see in this method, for you to get a note, we need to pass in the ID. Now, just to explain a little further, if I can separate it like this, just for demonstration, we have this in this method router.get, this method, we have this path. This is just the home path. For instance, in our .env file, we have this. So localhost 3000 is your home URL. So instead of typing all this, you just put a /. So a single / will represent localhost 3000, and a / and then we have an ID at the end will represent localhost 3000 / the ID. Nice. If you understand that, then we can proceed. The next thing we need to do, we need to have actually a method of creating our node, and to do that we are using the post method. We say router.post, and whenever we are creating a new node, we are using this file here, and this function here, create node, which we had already created in our controllers.js. Now we've already imported how many functions? 3 functions here, and already told our router how to use it. The next thing we need to do is update. As you can see, these two, update and delete, their colors kind of look faded. The reason is because these functions are imported and not used. So to ensure that they're used, we can use this method router.put, and then we'll use the update method. Therefore, to update something in the server, you use the put method, and to update something, we use the function update node, like that. The last function is delete, and to do that, we just say router.delete, and then we pass in the home URL, and then we append with the ID. This is because for you to delete a node, you will require the ID like this. Finally, we need to export this router here. We need to export this constant router. So to do that, we just say export default router, like that. Now, we need to make a couple of changes. Since I'll be using localhost 3000 in the front end, let me just change this to 5000. And also in our server.js, I'll change this one to 5000. Now, the final step is we need to import not routes. You can just say not routes, like this, from, we're importing this from routes, this folder routes here, and inside routes we have this file, not routes.js, like that. And then we will tell our express, and then we'll do this. Then we say app.use, like this. App.use, therefore we'll use this URL, and the routes for this URL will be provided in this file, not routes. So to get this not routes, we are getting it from notroutes.as/notroutes.js. So we are saying whenever we have this URL, we'll be using the routes that are provided in this file, and the routes that are provided are these for deleting, creating, updating, and deleting a node. And to do that, just hit Ctrl S so that you can restart your server. And to open your terminal, you can come on these 3 dots. These 3 dots here, and then terminal, new terminal. And then when you click new terminal, then just hit Ctrl S. You can see we have actually an error that say import not routes from this one. The requested does not provide a named export named default. So let us just check that. Come here, and actually it's here. Now sometimes Visual Studio, when you make a change, you need to
refresh it a couple of times, we'll just say Control S, and when you come here, we're having a positive response. We are having the server is running on port 5000, which we have actually changed from 3000, and I've also made another change, which is connection is successful to DB. Now initially it was connection is successfully, and I just did to do that, you just come here, just say connection to DB is successful, like that, and then hit Control S. Now with some luck, we have server is running on port 5000 and connection to DB is successful. Now we need to test these routes that we have created here. We need to test all of these routes, and we have a couple of tools that we can use to test this. One is a software known as Postman. Another one is Thunder Client. Now for ease of use and simplicity, I'll use Thunder Client. Now to install Thunder Client, you come to Extension tab here and search for Thunder Client. And then actually it is this one. I've already installed that. Ensure that you installed that, and if you have installed that correctly, then it should be displayed here. Then just click on it, then come to collections, and then we need to create a new collection, and the first one will name it create a note. So just create note like that and press enter. After that, we need to click on these three dots here and click on new request, and then we need to use this HTTP localhost 5000, using 5000 not 3000 this time, and then we can just press enter. Now this is the home URL, which I can still paste it here. Now one thing you need to learn is in your server.js, we are using the localhost 5000, but we are appending this, so it is /API/notes. So you need this URL actually for you to be able to access these notes routes. So I'll just copy this part /API/notes, and then come back to our Thunder Client and collections create note, and then you can just paste it like that. So it is /API/notes, and to do that and to get the notes, we are using this method, which is get. As you can see, we have different methods here that are available, but in this tutorial we just focus on get, post, put, and delete. Now we need to get all the notes. To get all the notes, come here to your function, and then we can just do a quick check. Now to get all the notes, we just need to navigate to the home URL. We do not need to pass anything, just navigate to the home URL and ensure the method that is applied is get. Now we do that, I come to our create note, we have just navigated to the home URL, and the only thing that you have to ensure is that the method selected here is get, and just like that you just click send, and by success then we are getting a response of 200. Now if you had not understood well, this is what we had actually coded. Just come here to note controller like this, and we can have a quick look at our function of getting all the notes like this. So we have get all the notes like this. So to get all the notes, if getting all the notes is successful, we are getting a response of 200, and we are getting the notes in JSON format. And actually it's a success. That's why we are getting all these notes. Now yours may not be the same as mine, but before we get all these notes, I think we should first test posting all notes. Now you might get an empty array, but if the response is 200, is 200, it is still okay. That means your database is empty. Now to post a new note, we can first try a method of post, and to post we need just the home URL, just as we had said earlier. You come here to your note routes, and to create a note we are just navigating to the home URL. Just remember I had said this / represents the home URL, which is localhost 5000, not 3000. 5000, which is the home URL. And if it has an ID, then it is localhost 5000 / the ID that you are using. Now we come back to create a note, just come back here. And for the first time, actually, since your database will be empty, I had already preloaded my database with some data. Then you should not see this data. Actually, it should just return an empty array. But let us first create our note. Now, to create that, we first select the method which is post, and then we pass in the home URL. Then come to body, and inside the body we'll pass two things, which is the title and the content. Title like this. Let me just drag this so that it can be more visible. Title like this, and then the title can be, you can just write something sweet like the best, like that, and put a comma. Then the content, which is the second parameter, and the content can be I'm the best. You can just say I'm the best because I subscribed to this great channel, like that. You can just put any words that you want, and then we'll try and send it. But before it's actually a success. Now we are getting a success. We are getting a success. A status of 200, which is sweet. Just at 201, which is nice. And we are also getting some other data, which is in JSON format. Now, JSON format, as I had told you earlier, it involves a key and value pairs. So we have a key, which is title, and it's actually returning whatever we have just sent here. We have I'm the best, this is the title, and the content, I'm the best because blah blah blah, like that. And you're also getting a unique ID, which is an underscore ID, which is generated automatically by the MongoDB. And we're also getting the timestamps. As I had told you earlier, timestamps are generated still automatically. Now coming back to our database, if you come to your config db.js, not config, if you come to your models data.js, then we have timestamp is equals to true. Timestamp is equals to true. That means automatically the value of the times that when the database was created will be provided. That's why we have it when we come to a Thunder client like this. We have the time that we have uploaded. At the moment, this is the time, which is actually the date that I've uploaded this, I've tested this. Now, the next thing, since we have actually tested, we can add one more note first. To do that, just come here and you can just say title, and just say reading, and reading is, the content can be just anything that you want. We can just say I love reading, like that, and then we can just click send. Nice. Now we have a success. We having a title is returned, content ID, and the timestamps that is returned. We can also test another route, which is another. Come here, we can test. We have already tested getting notes. We have tested posting note. Now the next thing we can do is actually we can test getting note by ID. Now
getting a note by ID, we need its ID, which we are going to append on the home URL, which is localhost 5000. So for this case, we just need the ID of this note, which you're going to get it here in the under client. Now, for instance, I can use this previous search results to get the ID of this note. What I'll just do, I'll first clear this, and then come here. Can just copy this ID here, and then pass it here. Now we have, this is our home URL, but we are appending it with the ID. And then the method that we'll use will be get, because we need to get a single note, but we are using its ID to get it. Now just click send, and nice, we are getting a response of 200, which is okay, and we are getting that the title is reading and the content is I love reading. Now we have tested 3 routes, which is a success. We need to come here and test the other routes. We have tested the first 3. Now the next one is we can try and update a note. Now to update a note, we also need its ID. Now you just come to your Thunder client here, and then now we have this ID here, so I'll just use this ID as before, but in your body, click here on the body, and then we can pass in some data. We need to update this data. Instead of title reading and content, we can change it to something else. So we can just say title, and then can pass a value of can just say I'm not reading, so that we can differentiate the original content and the updated content. And for content, we can just change it to, oh, I used to love reading, like that. Like this. Nice. And the next thing, we are not using a get request, but to change or to update a note, we are using a put request. So ensure that the method is put. Now, a quick recap. We have, this is the home URL, and we are actually appending the ID, and then we just need to click send. But before I send, let us see, we're having reading and I love reading. I've just changed it to I'm not reading and I used to love reading. Nice. Then click send. Now we're getting a status of 200. Okay, the time it has taken to execute that, and the size in bytes. But the most importantly is that we have been able to update our note. So we have I'm not reading, and I used to love reading, just exactly as we have it here. Nice. The next, I think we are almost done with checking the routes. Let us come here to routes.js. We have tested the first 4 routes, and the last one is for delete, a route to delete a note. Now to delete a note, you just come back here on the client, and we'll change our method to delete. Ensure that the method chosen here is delete, and we are still using the home URL or the server URL, which is this, but we are appending the ID. Let us just still use this ID, and we will try and delete this ID. Now let us just clear this, because we do not need to have anything in the body, and then we just need to hit send. Now if I hit send, if it's able to delete, then you're going to get a response of 200 there. Nice. We are getting a response of 200 and message deleted successfully. Great. Now coming back to our note routes, we have already tested all of these functions, which is getting a note,
getting a note by ID, creating a note, updating a note, and deleting a note.
Now that we have tested all our API routes, I would like to make a couple changes. Just come to your inside your models, notes.js, and then we need to include something else for tracking our status. Therefore, I'll just say status, and the properties will be the same as this. Type string and required will also be true, like that. So we have title, content, and status. The only thing I've added is status. Now status will be just a string to tell us whether actually the action is ongoing or completed. Yeah, like that. You also need to change a couple of things inside your you also need to change a couple of things. Just move into your controllers, not controllers.js, and here we need to include the status that we have just included here, this new element, this new property. So to do that, just come in your node controllers, and here we are getting the title, content. We're also getting the status, like that. And then we're also checking if that status is also not provided. So you can just use a pipe command, status, like that. So we are checking whether we have a title, a content, and status. If you do not have the three of them, then we just say all fields are required, like that. Otherwise, we are creating a note, and we are creating a note we are passing the title, content, and the status. Finally, it's the status that you have just added, like that. Now we need to also update this function get all notes, and to do that, just come here. We are making a small changes inside here, whereby we have a status of 200 and a response in JSON with the notes. We also want to know the length of the notes, or the size that the notes are occupying. How many notes do we have? And to do that, inside here, response.json, we are going to pass in two things. We are going to get the count and the data. I'll just do this. Like this. Now we'll pass in the data, and its value will be the notes that we have created. We also pass in other things. Let me just spread it so that it can be easily visible. Now we're giving a response with the data, and the value is notes, which we get it from querying the database. We also need to get how many notes do we have. So to do that, you can just use a variable like count, and we'll pass in the value of notes.length. Inside your update controller function, we need to also update it based on the new property that you've added of status. Now we are getting title, content, and status. We are getting it from request.body, and here we can also add that condition for title. We're going to add another condition for checking whether we have a title, we have a content, and finally if we have a status. So using a pipe command like that, yeah, and a status. And if you do not have the three, title, content, and status, then we just give this message all fields are required. And now to update, we need to also update this function. We also need to update this function. We're going to update this function with title, content, and status. like that. And finally, we are returning with a new updated note. So this new parameter, as I had explained earlier, is used to return the new updated note. So if you put new here to be true, it will not return the previous note, it will return the updated note. That is the only change that we need to make, and we can just test whether it's working. You can just do this inside your terminal, come inside your terminal, and then we navigate in the backend directory, and then just run npm run dev like that. Let us just click on the client and click on get all nodes. When we try and query the nodes, what we are getting is the nodes that we had already created in the past. Now these nodes do not have a status, and the reason is because when we first created this database, we did not have a status. We did not have a status field inside the models node.js. This is the one that we have just added. Now we can just first try and delete these nodes. Now after deleting all the nodes, we can see we have an empty array. That means we do not have any data in our database. We have made a couple of tweaks and changes. Now before we create our first node based on the new schema, which is this, whereby we have introduced a new property of status. Let us first come inside our nodes controller, and just within a few seconds, let us have a recap on what we have actually done. So inside the nodes, we are checking whether we have a title, a content, and a status. If we do not have that, we are returning and giving a status of 400 and a message all fields are required. Otherwise, we pass in a new node with title, content, and the status. Now let us first test this route. Just to do that, just click here on the under client, and we'll consume the same function that we had before. Just click here on create route, and we can pass in some data. We can just pass in, like, inside the title, you can just pass first title, can say first note, and the content is, you can say you are amazing, and status, we can just give a status of completed, like that. And then if we send, then we should have a status of just as we had written in our function, in our controller function. If it is a success, we should have a status of 201, and whatever is returning is actually the new note, which is actually saved. Now we can see in our under client that is what is actually happening. Click on the under client, then create a new note. We can see whatever is being returned is the new note. We also have the new status that we have just changed to completed. Let us just add another note, and to do that, we'll just use this, but I'll change a couple of things, and I can say first title can be, let's say this is a great channel, and inside the content you can say I will subscribe, and status, we can give it a status of ongoing, like that. And then you can try and send. Now it's a success, and we have this data that we have just created. We're having a note that has this data. Now we can try and get all nodes. Now to get all nodes, first let us have a look at our our function for getting all the notes. We can see we are returning two things. We are returning the count, which will actually give us the number of notes that is stored in the database, and to do that we just say notes.length, and we're also returning the data. The value of the data will be all the saved notes. Now let us see if this is actually what will happen. I will come here and get all notes, then using this URL we can just click send, and you can see that we have two notes that are saved in the database, and data which is given the and we have data which is actually all the notes that has been created. We have two notes. For the first note, this one, first note, and the second one for subscribing to this great channel. Now that is a success. Now we can also try and delete. Let us try also and test it these other routes. We can try and delete a note, and to do that, let me just delete this first note. I'll just copy this ID here, and then inside the delete, I'll change this. I'll paste here, so that this will reflect the new ID that we want to delete, and then ensure the method is delete and just click send. Nice, it has been deleted successfully. And just to confirm that it has been deleted successfully, we can come here in the get note API route and try to see whether if we query we'll have the notes will be actually deleted. Let us just click send, and you can see that we have the notes have been reduced to 1, and the other note has been deleted, which is a success. Next thing we need to update, we need to test our update route, and to do that we'll just copy this ID here for this note and come in update, and then we'll paste here in this ID, the ID that you have here. Just paste it here, and then to test this one we can change. Let us change the content to this, whereby we have a title of update or just updated note, and a content of updated content and status completed. And then I'll just click send, and it has actually done that. The status is 200, meaning it's a success, and we're having this as the updated content. We can check whether the note has been updated by still coming back here and trying to get all the notes. We can see this is the note that was there before it was changed. Now let us see the note that we have after it has been updated. Just click send, and you can see we have the updated note here. That is nice. Let us test this method getting a single note. Now I'll just click here and paste the ID here, and then I'll click send. Nice, it is working. We have our updated note and updated the content, which is updated content. Now we are able to get a single route. Now having tested all that, I think we have already finished our backend. Now after we have tested all the routes and we have seen that based on the new routes, based on the new schema, we have successfully tested all the functionality. The next thing is to wrap up on our backend. But before we wrap up, we should first ensure that the backend can communicate with the frontend. And to do that, we need a library known as cause. I'll just come inside our server.js, and then I'll move into the terminal, and then I'll just close this terminal. And first I'll just say I'll have to navigate inside the backend folder by doing a cd backend, and I'll need to install cause, which is cross-origin resource sharing. This library will enable us to be able to communicate the front end and the backend. We need to import it inside our server.js, which is our main entry point. And to do that, I'll just do this import. We need to import cause from calls like that. We will declare constant and give it the value of core options, and these options will provide, one is actually the URL of the front end, second is the method, and the third is for credentials. Now just the first parameter will be origin, like that, and then we'll give it a value of, can just say https localhost 3000, since we'll be using localhost 3000 as our front-end URL. Now the second parameter, you ensure you put a comma here. The second parameter will be the methods that will be used in the front end. Now we have a variety of methods, which is which is get, post, put, and delete, and that is what we're going to just have it there. Get, post, put, and delete. Remember, put is used to update a note, will be used to update a note. And then finally we'll provide a value of credentials, and then we'll set it to true. When we set credentials to true, it will allow us to use credentials such as cookies. Finally, we need to tell our express to use cause, and to do that we just say app.use, then we'll say cause, but we'll also provide the core options, just core options like that. Now we are using cause but with these options. I think this is a nicer way of putting it, instead of just putting all this inside here as arguments or parameters. It is more readable and also more neat. And with that, we have actually wrapped up our backend section, and we can move inside our front end. But for production purposes, it's not safe to put your URL inside the folder like this, or inside your main entry point. Instead, we can use .env. We can use .env and store this URL. So what I'll just do, I'll come here inside our front end, our .env file, and then I'll create a variable and name it frontend URL, just with capital frontend URL, and I'll give it this value. I'll give it this value of http localhost 3000. Just come here, and then I'll give it this value. Nice. Therefore, we are storing this variable, the front-end URL, inside our .env variable, which is a recommended way and the best way of doing it. So instead of just using it directly here, what I'll do, I'll just delete this and say process.env.frontend URL. Now, one thing you need to make sure is that the spelling of the front-end URL is the same as this. Now, just to be sure, you can copy this front-end URL, and then you come inside the server.js and just paste it here. Nice. Therefore, we have the front-end URL like that. It's just the same as this one. So we are getting our origin from process.env.frontend URL, which is good. But I think there's something we have done. I think there's something we can do, and it's a good practice. You see, we are loading the environment variables below here. I'll just cut this and paste it here above so that it can make more sense. We load the environment variables, then we start consuming the environment variables here. You don't want to consume the environment variables before you actually load them, just to avoid errors.
Actually, you have to initialize express first. And when you save, you can see we're having a success. Service running on this port, and connection to DB is successful.
In this section, we'll create our front-end part. And to do that, we'll come inside the terminal, we'll open another terminal, and then we want to create a folder. We can use a command like this. We can make a directory named frontend, and then you can just press enter. But in an easier way, you can just come inside here, full stack, and click new folder and then name it frontend. But I think using terminal is easier. And then inside our frontend directory, we want to create our frontend section using Vite. And to do that, we first navigate into the frontend folder, just say cd frontend npm create Vite at latest. Like that, then press enter. We are using React for our front end. Just select React, and you're using JavaScript. Ensure you select JavaScript. Now we have these commands. It's done successfully. We have these commands. We need to first type npm install, then npm run dev. So I'll just type in npm install. After finishing installing, we need to come inside our front-end folder, and as we can see, we have some packages installed and some files created. If we check our package.json, you can see that the front-end React is using Vite and some other dependencies that have been installed. And we need to make a couple of changes before we get started. Just come here inside your index.html, and our title for our project is not Vite plus React. Our title for our project is full stack not taking up. And we can come here inside your terminal. I'll just enlarge this, and then we need to install Axios. Axios is used to fetch data from the backend. We also need to install React icons. We'll be using icons from React icons library. The next thing we need to install is React router DOM. Yes, like that. Then press enter and allow it to install. After installing the packages, we need to run the application. So you can just run this npm run dev. But before we run this, I would like to delete some functions that we do not need. So I'll just come in the app.jsx. I'll just drag this here. Yeah, and I'll just delete all of this. And inside it, I'll just say a div like that. I'll just return a div. We are not using Vite logo, React logo. And inside the div, I can just say welcome like that. We're also not using useState, so I'll just delete this and that. Also app.css, can just leave it at the moment like that. Now if we run our application, and to run our application, come here, cd inside the front-end directory, and just type npm run dev like that. Our front end, you can see that our front end is running in localhost 5173. That is the front end URL. But in the backend folder, we had initialized our front end URL as localhost 3000. So we need to change that. So you can just come here inside your backend, then inside your .environment variables, and we'll change this from 3000 to 5173. So I'll just change this to 5173 like that. Then you can hit Ctrl S like that. And then we can actually navigate to this URL for our front end. Yeah, we should see this. In the next step, we need to create our heading component. And to do that, just navigate to inside your source folder. We'll create another folder and name it components. So just components. And we'll also create another folder and name it components.css. So inside your source folder, right click and create components.css. Let us rename not components.css but actually just components CSS. This folder will be used to host all the CSS file for the components. Now the first component you need to create is the heading component. We need to click on the components folder, right click, new file, and name it heading like this, heading.jsx. Inside the heading we'll have our boilerplate for our heading, which is just type RFCE like this. So this will just render the heading like that. Inside our heading components, we need to import useState from React. We're going to use useState to manage the state of whether our notes will be shown in card format or table format. So the heading will provide an option for a user to select whether he wants to see all the notes in card format or in tables format. And to do that, we need to import the useState from React. So I'll just say import and then we need to actually use it. So this is a function heading, an arrow function. Inside it we are going to have two constants, and the first one will be used to set the tables, the table notes, and the second will be used to set the notes in card format. We actually say constant table notes and also assign it a function to set the table notes, and to do that you just say set table notes, and then we'll give it a use state of false, and then we need this one will be used to set our notes in table format. Now we need another one that will be used to set our notes in card format. Now to do that, I'll just copy this and paste it here and change. Instead of table notes, we just have card notes. So card notes, and also the initial state is going to be false. Inside here, we are going to have a div. Let me first make it like this. Inside here we're going to have a div, and I'll just delete this at the moment. We're going to have a div and it's going to have a class name of heading container. So to do that you can just do like this, dot heading container, then press enter. So we have a div with a class name of heading container. Inside it we're going to have a h2 tag which is going to display our heading, and we can give it a class name of heading title, and inside it we're going to have advanced note taking app. I'll just create a div with a class name of button container, so this button container should actually be inside this div, yeah, like this. So we have a div, we have a division with a class name of button container. Inside it we're also going to have another div with a class name of button group. we're going to render our button inside. So just put it button like this. So we have our button here, and I'll give it a class name of toggle button. And I'll give it an on-click. I'll give it an on-click function that will set the state of table notes and card notes. So the button will actually be used to change the states, whether we are changing from table notes or card notes. So you can say on-click. This is going to be an arrow function. So inside the on-click, we are going to set the table notes to true, and set it to true and card notes to false. So this button will be used to set our notes in tables form. And actually it's not a self-closing tag, and inside it should just display a name table. So this is table or table format. To be more precise, let us just say table format like that. So we have a button which has a class name of toggle button and an on-click, a function that it will be used to set. It should be used to set table notes to true and set cards to false. So when you click this, it will actually set the table notes to true. Now we'll need another button, but this time we need another button for setting our notes in card format. So to do that, I'll just copy that, and instead of table format, it will be cards format. I'll set table will be false, and set card notes will be true. So this function will set our notes in card format. The next thing we need to do, just immediately after this second closing div, we can initialize another division with a class name of addNote, which is going to be a link that is going to actually create a new note. So we'll just say note icon like that. So we have a division with a class name of addNote icon, and inside here we're going to have an icon that will symbolize to add a new note. And to do that, first I'll need to import it from React icons. So I'll just do this import. We need to import the plus icon from React icons. So I'll just do this import for adding a new note, and it is actually from React icons. So it's from React icons / like this. So importing this symbol here. Now we'll use this symbol for adding a note. So this icon here, we need to call it inside here the add note icon. So to do that, we'll call it as a component. Say, so we are calling this component here. We are calling this we are calling this icon here. So it is actually just a plus button, and this plus button will be used to represent addition of a note. And we need to wrap this the plus icon using a link. So I'll just do this, but before I wrap it, I want to give it a class name. So I'll give it a class name of icon. So class name icon, just like that. And then I need to wrap it using a link, so I'll just say link, and we're importing this link from React router link, React router DOM. We're importing link from React router DOM, so I'll just say link. But before I use link, let me just import it. Just come here beneath it, and then just type this import importing from React router DOM like that. So just wrap it here like this, and inside it I'll just put our icon. So I'll just copy it and paste it inside here, and this link is going to have a path of /notes. So it's going to have this path /notes/create /notes/create. So whenever you click this icon, it should take you to this page. We'll create this page later, but for now let us finish setting up our heading. Now the last thing we need to do is actually check whether this table note is set to true, and if it's set to true, then we'll call a table note component or a notes table component. Otherwise we'll call a notescard component. So to do that, I'll just say this so table notes like that, then I'll put a question mark. So we have so we're asking, is table notes set to true? If it's set to true, then we'll call a component known as notes table. Otherwise we'll call a component with a name of notes tag. So we'll display the components in note form. So in here we're saying, is table note set to true? If it is set to true, then we'll call this component. Otherwise we'll call the notescard component. Now we need to create these two components that will be used to display the notes in table format and in cards format, so that we can remove this error. So I'll just come inside here in the components directory and create a new file, and I shall name it notes table.jsx. It should have the same name as this, notes table.jsx, and I'll create another component. First, before I create another component, let me give it just a boilerplate for our code, which is just by using RFCE. And then the next component I need to create is this component here. Let's come to our components, heading.jsx. We need to create these components, this component for our notecard. So it's notescard.jsx. So components, new file, then just name it notescard.jsx like that. Inside it have just a boilerplate for notescard, and at the moment just click RFCE and then Control S and Control S. Ensure you save so that the changes can take place. Before we call it, let us just first import it here in the top. So I'll import notes table. We need to import notes table from, as you can see, it has auto completed, and we also need to import notescard from notescard like that. So inside here I'll just change this to notes table like that, and this one will be notescard like that. So we are checking, is notes table set to true? If it's set to true, then you're going to render this component, which is notes table. Otherwise you're going to render this component, which is notescard. I think that should be it, and we can test our application. But before we test our application, let us create a CSS for heading.jsx. And finally, let me just change from table format to just table like this, and also instead of cards format, just cards. So when you click a button named cards, it will actually change the format of the notes to cards. and when you click a button with the name of table, to change the name to table. So I'll come here inside the components.css and create a new file, which is going to be heading.css, like that. Now we need to give CSS for this heading, and the first element that the first element that you're giving the CSS is heading container, this heading container. Now, to avoid errors that may result in due to naming CSS, I'll just prefer that if you want to a class name, actually you copy it and then you come to your CSS, then you paste it and give the values. This will just allow you to give the CSS without having spelling mistakes. So here we're going to have a text align, and we'll give it we need to align the text in center, and padding top we're giving it of 1 rem, like that. So you have a dot. So for the heading title we're going to have these CSS properties. So we'll have a font weight of bold, and you're also going to have a font size of 2 rem, and finally a margin of auto. Then we need to give CSS for the button container. Now for the button container we need to display flex. So display, we'll give it a value of flex, and justify content center, and then we need to align items also center, and finally margin top of 2 rem, and like that. And then we need to give the CSS for button group. And for button group, we're going to have this CSS, and also display is flex. So these suggestions are correct. Display flex and a gap of 1 rem. The next CSS will be for toggle button, this one. And for toggle button, we're going to have these properties. We're going to have a padding of 0.75 rem. And also going to have a width of 5 rem, and a font size of 1.125 rem. And a border of 2 pixels, and a background color. We're going to have a background color of this color code here, and the border is 2 pixels. At 2 pixels we have to give it a solid of this color, and the background color is actually a different color, which is like that. So we have a background color, and a font weight of 600. Finally, this border radius. We have a border radius of 0.375 rem. Now we'll have a transition here, 0.3 seconds, and ease, and then we are going to give it a color. So we have basically this transition, and so when we hover around the button we need to have the following CSS: the background color, this background color, and we need to have a color of white, like that. And the next CSS is for add note icon, this one here. and we'll give it these properties. We'll give it a float of right, so this will make it float to the right, and a padding right of 1 rem, and a margin top of 1.5 rem. The next CSS is for the icon, this icon here. We'll also give it some properties. So we'll come to a heading.css and give its properties. So I'll just do this icon. We'll give it a font size of 2.5 rem. And the cursor pointer. And transition, we also give it a transition of 0.3 seconds. And then we need to have an effect when we hover around the icon, so we can give it an effect. To do that, just do this. We'll give it this effect, and the effect will be that of a color change. So give it this color. Yeah, that color, like that. And we're actually done with the heading component. Now we need to load the heading component, and to do that, I'll just come inside our app.jsx. Now to do that, you can just do this, like that. As you can see, it has automatically imported the heading component from components, then heading. So just for clarity, you can add here .jsx, like that. And we need to import browser router as router, and then we need to also import, first let's just import browser router as router, and then we need to wrap our application using the browser router. So I'll just call browser router here. I'll just call router here, this router here. So we have a suggestion here, and then inside it I'm going to have this. I just copy this and place it inside here. So router is actually wrapping everything. Now the next thing we need to do is come back to our heading.jsx. We had actually created the heading.css component, but we have not actually associated it with our heading.jsx. So we need to import heading.css so that it can take effect. So just import inside our components.css, and we want heading. Yeah, heading and it's .css, like that. Then you can save, and when we come to our browser, we can actually see the effect that has taken place. Nice, everything is looking good. And we have the name, which is advanced note taking application, and we have the table. We have two actually, table and card, just as we had programmed. And we see when we click the table, this component notes table is rendered, and when we click cards notes, this component this component notes card is rendered. And we're also getting the icon from React icons, the plus icon, which we actually imported here. The plus icon, we are rendering it here. Another thing I want to show is that when we click this icon here, the URL will change to /notes/create. Let us see if that is what will happen. At the moment we are at the home URL. Now let us click the plus icon. Nice, and you can see the effect has taken place nicely and correctly. So we have the URL has changed to /notes/create. Later we'll assign this URL to a component, so that when we navigate to this component, we should be able to create a new note. Now that our heading.js is working correctly and the CSS has taken place correctly, as you can see, when you hover, there's a color change, And once we select, let's say notes table, we can see that the border color is different from this. So it's easy to know which one has been selected or not, which one has been selected. We need to create another component known as a spinner component. A spinner component will be used to show the loading effect whenever we are loading our notes. So to do that, I'll just come here inside our components folder and create a new file, and I'll name it spinner.jsx. And inside also the components.css, I'll create another file and name it spinner.css, just like that. Now for spinner, we'll just give it a boilerplate using RFCE. And inside here, so inside this division, we'll give it a class name of spinner. Nice. And instead of just giving it a text, we'll remove this text since it's going to be an animation. So it's looking good, and we can come inside our spinner.css and give it some properties. So if you have noticed something, spinner has only a single class name. So we'll use this class name for animation and CSS. So I'll just come inside the spinner.css, and then we'll give the spinner these properties. So our position will be absolute, and the top will be 150 pixels, and then left will be 8 rem, and then height will be 3.5 rem. And then we'll have a width of 3.5 rem and display of flex. Then align items will be center, and border radius will be 50%. We'll have a background color we'll give it that background color, and then we'll have an animation of an infinite ping. We'll use keyframes for animation, and the keyframe will be for this ping actually. So we'll change identifier to ping. Now for 0%, the suggestions that we have is it should transform to a scale of this, and opacity should be this, and then you have 20, 50% and 100%. I'll actually accept this, then I'll edit according to what we want. So transformation scale, the value will be 1, opacity is 1, and instead of 50%, it should be 75%. And a transformation scale will be 2. So we want it to actually increase size, then decrease size. And for 100%, we want it to return to its original size, which is it should scale to 1, and opacity should still be 1. In this case, for 75%, opacity should be 0. Inside app.jsx, we can call spinner. Now to test the spinner component, we first actually need to associate the spinner.js JSX with its CSS, the CSS that we have just created. To do that, we can actually import. We want to import this CSS, so we have components / spinner. So it is spinner, yeah, that one, spinner.css. Now there must be a problem, and let us troubleshoot. We are only having this color. So to do that, to troubleshoot, we can actually check our CSS. I think everything is correct except here. Here it should be ping, the ping time should be 1 second, not is. So just 1 second like that. Then Control S. Now when you save in your Vite application, you should see something like this. So ensure that it is saved. And then coming back to application, you can see this is the spinner effect. Nice. So this one will be used for loading purposes. We are fetching data from the backend. We'll be fetching data from the backend in our notescard and displaying them in cards format. Now I'll just come here, and we need to create some variables which will be used to manage the state. First need to import spinner to show the loading effect. Like this, just import spinner from spinner. And then inside here, I'll just delete this from. Meanwhile, I'll just delete this. But before I delete this, let us come here on top and declare some variables. Constant with notes. Now we'll have a constant here that will be used to set our notes. So to do that, we just say constant notes and a function to set the notes. And then set notes. And we'll give it a use state of an empty array. And then we'll declare another variable to show the loading effect. So I'll just accept this because it is correct. So we have constant is loading, and then we are setting is loading. Initially it's not loading, so I'll give it an initial value of false, not true. Like that. And then we need to declare another variable that will show the selected index. We want to know which index or which node is selected. So just say constant selected index, and we'll give it an initial state of null because it's an index. That means we do not have any selected node at the moment. Then we'll create another constant that will be used to set the nodes model. So we'll say constant nodes model and a function to set the model. So constant and then we'll give it a use state of false. And then we need to also initialize another constant for setting the dates model. So we'll have the nodes model and the dates model will be used to set which kind of model do you want in our nodes, whether it's nodes model or dates model. So we say constant. Now it's dates model, and then we are giving it an initial state of false, like that. The next thing we need to do is to declare an API URL that we'll be using to fetch data. So I can just say constant API underscore URL, like that, and I'll give it in a string format, and I'll say HTTP, and I'll just say the URL that we are fetching the nodes is localhost 5000 /nodes /API /nodes /API. Then we'll declare a function to call the nodes, to actually fetch the nodes. So to do that, I'll come here below it and say constant get nodes. So it's constant get nodes, like this, and it's going to be an asynchronous function
an asynchronous function, and then so we're declaring a function to actually get the notes. So we are saying constant get notes, which is an asynchronous function, and then we are setting is loading to true. Actually, we have a boilerplate here for us. So as you can see that an AI is actually suggesting something. So we have setting load to true, which is true, and we are using a try and catch, but I'll not accept this because it's using fetch and I want us to use Axios. Let us just code it our way. So we'll say set is loading to true. So we'll give it a value of true because we're actually loading something. And then we'll have a try block. So try and catch block like this. And then we'll also have a finally statement here. It means that, so we want to set the loading to false, whether data is fetched or there is an error. We can just say set is loading to false like that. And then inside the try and catch block, we'll say constant response is equals to await Axios. Now we are using Axios.get because we are getting something from the database. We'll be using a get method, and then we'll pass in the URL. So you can just pass in the API URL like that. We want to set notes with the response.data.data. So you might be wondering, why are we setting notes in response.data.data? Because our data is nested in a way. Let us check that and confirm. If we go to our Thunder client, but before you go to the Thunder client, ensure that your backend is running. So after running the server, we can actually see, we can check the type of data that you have. So we can try and get all notes here. Now when we do this, when you click send, we can see that our data is kind of nested. We see that we have data and we have count and data. So our data is nested inside, our notes is nested inside the data. That's why we are having response.data.data inside our function notescard here. But if it was not nested, then response.data will just suffice. Otherwise, we are catching an error if you're not able to get that, and then we can just console.error like that. And then we are using the next thing we need to use is to actually call this function in useEffect. So before we do that, let us import useEffect. And as we can see, we are also using useState. So let us import useEffect and useState. So to do that, we'll import useEffect and useState. So we're importing useState and useEffect. Let us now use useEffect here. Now, after that, we need to call this function getNote using useEffect. Now we call it using useEffect like this. So we say useEffect and we pass in this function, which is getNote. So if we had put something inside here, that means useEffect will always run whenever this variable changes. But at the moment, we do not need any variables. So we'll just leave it. We'll not pass anything here. Just leave it as an empty array. We actually need to declare a function that will be used to open a notes model. So we can just say constant open notes model. And then we'll pass in the index as an argument. And we'll also have a similar function to close the notes model. So I'll just copy this before I put any data inside. And instead of open, I'll call it close notes model, like that. So inside opening notes model, what you're going to do is, so we'll set the selected index. So set selected index.
And we'll also set the notes model to true, like that. Now, when you're closing the notes model, this function that you just declared here for closing a notes model, we're actually going to set the notes models to false, like this, false. And we're going to set the selected index to null. We also need to declare a function to actually open the dates model and also close the dates model. To do that, let us just say constant open dates model, like this. I'll accept this, open dates model, and we are setting the dates model to true. So we pass in the index, and we set the selected index to that of the index that we have passed, like this. We also need to declare another function for closing the dates model. So I'll just copy this and we can edit this. So instead of open, we'll have close dates model. And to close dates model, we are not passing any index. So I'll just delete this. The same for closing the notes model, we are not passing any index. So for closing, we'll set the selected index to null, and we'll set the dates models to false. Allow me just to delete this, and we're going to create a div with notescard container. So we're creating a div with the name notescard container. Now inside here we have a div with the name notescard container, like that. And inside it, we'll check whether we're in the loading state, and if you're in the loading state, we'll display the spinner component. So to do that, I'll just say, so we check whether it is loading, like that. And if we are loading, then we want to display this component, which is the spinner component. Otherwise, we'll create a div with a class name of notescard grid. So we have notes card grid. We need to map the notes. So it's say notes.map, and we'll give it an arrow function, and we'll pass in two parameters, which is the note and its index, like that. Inside here, I'm going to have another div with a class name of notescard. So I'll just do this and say div and I'll give it a class name of notescard, like that. And I'll also give it a unique key so that you can be able to identify each note. So I'll just say key is equal to note underscore ID, like that. So you might be wondering, why are we saying notes underscore ID? Underscore ID is a unique key that is generated by the database for each note. We can just check that in a moment. If you come here near the under client, then collections, then let us click get all notes. If we try and get all notes by sending this request, so each note has a unique identification, which is an underscore ID. One thing you also need to ensure is that this URL is the same as this that we had provided here. This URL should be the same. Since we'll be using Axios. Now, another thing, since we are fetching data using Axios, we need to import Axios. So you import it here, ensure that it is imported above here. And then in here, we're going to have a div with a class name of, so you can just say class name of notecard info, this note card info, and inside it we're going to render the number of the note, the index of the note. So I'll just use a span element. We'll give it a class name of note card label. So note card label like that, and we'll just say this one will use to represent the serial number or the number of the note. So we'll have a note number 1, number 2, number 3, like that. And after that we want to render the index. So I'll just put a serial number like this, then put a colon there, then I'll render the exact index. But we also want to increment every time we load a note, so I'll just say index plus 1, like that. Let me give it some spaces so that it can be clear. Now I'll copy the same. I'll just copy the same so that we can have for the title, note, and status. So I'll just copy this, and the class name is the same, but here instead of serial number we're going to have a title. And here we're going to render the title. I'll just copy this again, and I'll do the same for the note status. And here we'll have note.status. Note.status like this. And finally we want to have the timestamp. So I'll still copy the same. And instead of status we're going to have date, and here we'll have, and inside here we will give the date, the specific date that the note was created. And to give it a specific timestamp, we'll derive the date from the timestamp. So we'll just say new created at, like that, but we want to pass it as a string. So to pass it as a string, we'll just put a dot and then say toDate string. toDate string. Use this function here and give it empty, no parameters. So here we are displaying the date and getting the date from the timestamp from our database and converting it to a string. If we check our database, we will see this value which is created at. And just come here, inside get all notes, we have this value here, created at. We can save it and see whether we are getting any data. If we come here, then we load. Nice. We can see that we have a serial number and the index is 1, and we have a title. We also have a status and the timestamp, which is giving us a date. So we have, it was created on Friday, September 2024. We also have, so for every individual note, the index is going to be incremented. So this one is the first index, the second index, the third index, and the fourth index. And each note is going to have these properties: a status, which is of ongoing, and date, and a title. Now that is success. The next thing we need to do is to give some icons that will show the data of the note, of an individual note. We'll create another div and we'll name it note card actions. So we just want to be inside this division here, notescard. So inside it, we'll create another div with the name notecard action. We actually need to render an icon, a React icon, and the React icon is the sticky note icon. If a note, then sticky, like this icon here. and you can see it as immediately we entered this icon, it has been automatically imported here. So ensure yours is imported if it has not manually imported here. And you can actually see it. We can just click save and you can see it actually here. Now this is the icon here. We have not given it any properties. This is the sticky icon. Now the sticky icon, we're going to give it a class name, and I'll give it a class name of not action icon. So let's say class name not action icon. And we'll also give it an onClick function. So we'll say onClick, and inside the onClick we're going to give it an arrow function that will be used. We'll give it an onClick, and inside the onClick we're going to give it an arrow function that is going to open the notes model by passing the individual index of a note. So we have an arrow function here, and then you say we'll call a function open notes model. So we'll use open notes model, and inside open notes model we will pass in an argument of the index. We'll pass in the index as an argument. We can see that open notes model, we have it here. Open notes model takes in a parameter of an index. That's why we are passing an index as a parameter. So let us first create a link to edit. So we'll have a link to edit and a link to delete. So we'll give it a link. Inside the link, we're going to give it a path. So the first link will be used to to edit. Now to edit, we'll just say link to and give it a path. We'll give it a path of /notes/edit, and then we'll pass in the ID. Now this link will actually direct to the edit page. We'll create the edit page later, but at the moment we are taking the link. This link will be used to direct us to this path, but we're also passing the individual note ID so that we can be able to edit an individual note. Inside this link, we're actually going to render the edit icon. So let us come here on top and import that icon from React icons. So I'll just come here beneath here and say import. Now we can import two things. We want to import the edit icon, which is just edit like this, and we also want to import the delete icon, which is md delete, and we are importing all these from React icons. So I have just imported two icons, the edit icon and the delete icon. Let us first load the edit icon. Now to load it, you can just copy this edit, which is an icon to edit, and then we're going to render it here as an element. So it should be not then dot underscore ID like that. Just hit Control S, nice, and we're able to see this edit icon. Later we're going to give the CSS so that it can actually look more beautiful. But at the moment I think everything is looking good. So we have this icon here and the edit icon here. We'll give it a class name, and the class name will be not action icon. So not action icon. Now I'll copy this link here and we'll have the same structure but for delete functionality. So I'll just copy it here, and the path will not be edit, but it will be to delete, like that. Everything else is the same, but the icon will be for delete, so it is delete icon. And we also change this edit to this delete icon that we had actually imported at the top of our program. So I'll just change that to this, like that. So when we save, if we come to our program, we should be able to see the delete icon. Let me just refresh it. Nice. So we have this delete icon from React Icons. Finally, we'll have a calendar icon to open the calendar, to actually open the calendar notes model. Now to do that, we just come here. We need to import the calendar icon from React Icons. So just come here first on top and import the calendar icon. And then we need to use this calendar icon. So I'll just copy this and then come here beneath this link, and I'll render it as a component. Let me give some space like this, and then I'll just render it as a component like this. Then when we hit Control S, we should just be able to see the calendar icon. Nice, we have this small calendar icon here. I'll give the calendar icon a class name, and the class name will be not action icon. And I'll also give it another property of onClick. And inside the onClick, it will be used, we'll actually pass in the index to open the datesmodal. So it will be an arrow function like this. Then select open datesmodal, and we'll pass in the index, just like that. After displaying the calendar icon, we need to actually create some two files for the models. And the models will be for notes model and dates model. Come inside your source and new folder, then call it models like this. Inside the models folder, we're going to have two files. The first one is for notes model. So let's say notes model. So notes model.jsx. And inside it, we're just going to have the basic component of a React function. We're going to have a boilerplate of a React function. We're also going to create another one, and we shall name it datesmodal.jsx. And the same, we're going to have the React boilerplate here. We also need to create another function, not another function, actually another folder for the CSS. So navigate inside your source folder, and let us create another folder and name it model.css, like that. Now this CSS model.css is going to actually contain the CSS for these two files here. Now let us go back to our cards model. Inside our components, let us go back to our cards models here. We need to import dates model and notes model. So to do that, we just come here on top. Let us import it here. Let's just say import. We want dates model, notes model, like this, the same way. Nice. We have already imported the two files which contain the boilerplate for the dates model and the notes model. But at the moment, let us just leave it like that and give a condition underneath here. I'll give two conditions. So the first condition will be we want to check if the notes model is set. So notes model, this one. So we want to check if the notes model is true, this one here. So if it is true, we want to set the notes model. We want to use the notes model file. And we're also checking something else. We're also checking the position of the selected index. If it is the same as that of the index, then we can actually load this component, which is the notes model. So we'll load notes model. Nice. So ensure that you do not confuse the notes model here and this notes model here. This one is used to set this here, notes model, since it has a Boolean state of either true or false. Now I'll just repeat the same, but this time it will be for dates model. But before I repeat that, let us give it an on clause. So notes model, it's going to have some parameters, which is the first one, give it an on clause of we'll give it a parameter on clause, and it's actually going to be like this, on clause, and we'll give it close dates model, close notes model, because it's for notes. So it is close notes model like this. And we'll give it the note, which is actually going to be the individual note of the array, not like that. So I'll just copy this and we'll do the same for dates model. So instead of notes model, we're going to have dates model here, dates model, and here we'll load the dates model. So it's dates model. So just to ensure that the naming is correct, we need to load this component here, dates model here, the one that we are importing. Now on clause will not be close notes model, it will actually be close dates model. Ensure it is close dates model. Nice. And we are done. Now the next thing we need to do is actually set the CSS for notescard.jsx. Now to set the CSS, I'll just come here inside the components.csx and create a new file, and it will be called notescard.css, like this. But before we give it, actually let us import the notescard.css inside our notescard.jsx. So I'll just come here, beneath here, and then import, then hit Ctrl S. Now let us come to our components.css and then set up our notescard.css. Now let us give CSS to all these class names that we have in our notescard.css. Now the first class name we're going to give as CSS value is actually this one here, which is the notescard container. Now to avoid errors, it's advisable that you just copy this. To avoid typing or spelling, to avoid spelling mistakes, it's advisable that you copy the class name. You copy the class name, then navigate to your notescard.css, then you just paste it and then you'll give it some properties. So just give it a padding of 1 rem, padding 1 rem, like that. And then the next item that you're going to give the CSS for the notescard is actually the notescard grid. So you can just copy this notescard grid like this, and then we need to give it display. We want to display in a grid like that, and then grid template columns, and then a min max of, let us give it a min max of 250 pixels and 1 FR, like that. We also want it to have a gap of 1 rem. And the next class name to give CSS, let us navigate to notescard.jsx. We've given the CSS for this. We need now to give the CSS for notecard, this one here. We'll give it a background color. And then a border of 1 pixel solid. And a border radius of 8 pixels. And a padding of 1 rem. Finally, we'll give it a box shadow of 0, then 2 pixels, 5 pixels. We're also going to give it an RGBA of 0 and 0. And finally an alpha of 0.1. The next class name that we're giving the CSS is notescard info, this one here. Then we'll give it a margin bottom of 0.5 rem. So margin bottom 0.5 rem. The next class name is notescard label, this one here. Now the notescard label, we'll give it a font weight of bold. The next one is notecard actions. Finally, notescard action. This one here, notescard.csx. This one, notescard action. So we'll give it justify display flex. And justify content, we'll give it space between. Then we need to save. Ensure that you save first. So navigate to our browser. Nice, we have, this is actually the CSS that we have, but I want to make it more beautiful. I also want to change this color of delete icon. I want it to be red and so forth. So I want to make these cards more beautiful. So I'll just make some tweaks in our CSS. Now we need to give more CSS to this notes card. Now let us give CSS of notes card. This CSS, we have already given CSS to this. We've already given CSS to note card action. Let us give CSS to note card action icon. Now, notecard action will have a font size of 2 rem. Font size of 2 rem. Also, the cursor will be pointer. And transition. Now, to add a hover effect, to just say not action like this, and then hover. So we want, when we hover, to change the color. So the color will change to this. Finally, we'll give the CSS for these icons. Let us come here in our notes card. We'll give the CSS for delete icon, edit icon, delete icon. These properties, notecard icon, we'll give it this color. Now the CSS for delete icon will give it color, and the color will be, we want it to be a bit red. And finally we want to give the date icon, so we can just say date icon, and the date icon will just give it this color. Okay, let us save and see the changes that has taken place. Nice, we're having different colors. You can see that the date is kinda yellow, and the delete button is the delete icon is red. Also the edit icon is green, and you also, when you hover on this notes model, you can see that there's a change in color. Okay, I'm not so satisfied with the look of this notescard. As much as it is beautiful, I want to add some more tweaks to the CSS. I'll just come back to the CSS here, and notescard container, I'll give it a padding top. Instead of just padding, I'll give it padding top. It is not necessary, you can actually leave it, but it's not necessary to change this CSS. If you're satisfied with it, you can just change it, but I want to change it so that it can become more beautiful. So I'll give it a padding top of 100 pixels, like this. And then notescard grid, I want to change from display grid to actually display flex. And we want flex wrap, like that. And the gap is still the same 1 rem, and we want to give it some slight padding. You can just say padding, like that. We can just save and see the changes. When we come back, we'll see that our notescard have been aligned beautifully. We can actually leave it like this because it has actually given it a more beautiful appearance. Now one thing is, you notice that the display is not in grid. Therefore, if I resize this window, you can actually see that the notes are being rearranged. Now that is the property of CSS for flex wrap. When you resize the window, it actually tries to fit all the notes in the same window, but if it cannot, it will actually take them to the second row. Now I think it's looking good, and I don't think there's other more changes I can make. But you can also make changes on this, the outline of this card. Now to do that, let us go back to our code and give more properties on the note card, this one here. So allow me to delete this. Then the note card, we want to have border of 4 pixels solid, and this color. We also want a background color of this, and a border radius of 0.375 frame. And a padding of 1.5 frame, and a box shadow. We're also going to have a box shadow. Box shadow, we have 0 pixels, 4 pixels, 8 pixels, and an RGBA. Then we'll give it a text align, and we want to align the text left. We also want to give it a font size. Let us see our changes. Nice. As you can see, we have added some box shadow like this, and I think it's looking more beautiful than the previous one. So we have actually a nice card, a nice notes card. As you can see, we have the first note card, the first index, the second index, the second, the third, and the fourth. It's looking very, very beautiful. And I can actually resize this, and you can see the way it's taking shape. Nice. And we are actually done with the notes card. In the next section, we are going to set our notes table so that instead of just displaying this text, we are going to also see the notes in a tabular format. After setting up our notes card, we now need to set our models. Now we'll start by setting the dates model. So we'll come here inside our models folder, and inside our dates model, since we had already this boilerplate, now we need to make some changes. So just come here, but you can see that the dates model is going to receive two arguments, and the arguments are, the first argument is onClose, and the second argument is not. Now we can actually see these arguments that we pass in our notes card. Let's come back to our notes card to JSX. We can see that the notes model, or the dates model, this one here is receiving two arguments, which is onClose and not. That is the one that we are passing into that function for dates model. So we go back to our dates model, and then we shall allow me to delete this. We shall have a class name, a div with a class name of model overlay. So it is model overlay, like that. And on click, and we are passing in the onClose parameter, like that. Inside this div, you're going to have another div with a class name of model content. Let us just call it model content, like that. So just say on click, and inside the on click is going to be actually an arrow function. Inside the arrow function, I'm going to pass event as an argument, and then we're going to say event.stop propagation. We're actually going to see what it does. That stop propagation. So we want, when we click this icon here, the notes can be displayed here, and if we cancel it, it will actually be removed. Now we need to have a cancel icon, which is actually a crossed icon. We first need to import it here, so I'll just come here and import the crossed icon, which will be used for cancelling purposes. Rx crossed circle from React icons. And then we need to call this component here, so I'll just call this component here, and we're going to give it a class name, and we're giving it a class name of model close icon. So model close icon, like that. And then we're going to give it an on click, and pass in on close, like that. Now beneath the cancel icon, we are going to show the title of the note. Now to do that, we'll use a h4 tag, just do it like that, h4 tag, and we'll pass in note.title, just note.title, like that. And we're going to give this heading a class name of model title. We'll create another div with a class name of model date info, like this. So model date info. Inside the div, we are going to render a calendar icon. So to do that, we first need to import the calendar icon here. So just say import calendar icon from React icons. So we need to actually call that component and we're giving it a class name of model.icon. So we'll give it a class name of model.icon. We're going to have a heading, which is a h2 tag, and inside the heading you're going to render the date, the actual date. So we'll say new date, and then we'll pass in the timestamp, which is not.createdAt. We're actually displaying the date, and we are converting the date to string. Then next, we're going to have a p tag for paragraph, and inside it we're going to have createdAt, and we're also going to have a span inside it, and the class name of the span will be date details. So we'll give it a class name of date details. Inside the span we're going to render the timestamp. So to do that, we just say like this, and then say new date, then we convert to string, and so we'll just give it the date, and then we convert it to string, and then we need to actually slice the array. So we'll say slice like this at this position 0 and 19, and then we need to pass in replace. Now the next thing we need to do is actually create the CSS for the dates model. So I'll just come here inside dates models, inside this folder model.css, right click and click on new file. We shall actually name it datesmodal.css. But before we actually put in the CSS, let us import it inside our models date model. We want to import the CSS from model CSS like that, and then shall pass in dates model.css like that. Our first class name is actually the model overlay. Therefore, let us give our CSS to model overlay. So position fixed, we want a fixed position, and top 0. We want left 0, and also right 0, and bottom 0. We want to give it this background, which is going to be an RGBA value of 0, 0, 0, and an alpha value of 0.6. And we want it to display flex, and then justify content will be center, and then align items center like that. Now the next class name that we're going to give CSS for, we can just come back to our dates model, and you can see it is the model content. We'll give it a width of 600 pixels, and a max width of 100%. We're also going to give it a background. We're giving it a background of white, like that, and a border radius of 0.75 frame. A padding of 1 rem, display flex, flex direction will be column, and position relative. Now the next class name that we are defining its CSS property is model close icon, this one here. Now position will be absolute, and top will be 1.5 rem. And also a right of 1.5 rem, and we'll give it a font size of 1.875 rem. And we'll give it this color. And finally, cursor pointer. You can see the next class name is model title. Now for model title, we'll have a margin top of 1.25 rem and a font size of 1.5 rem. And a font weight of bold, so text decoration underline. Coming back to our dates model, the next CSS will be for model date info, this one here. Display will be flex. Align items will be center. Gap will be 0.75 rem. Margin top of 2 rem. And margin bottom of 2 rem. The next class name will be model date icon here. This one here. And this color. The next class name will be for actually date details. Date details will have a margin top of 0.5 rem. So margin top 0.5 rem. Now we are done with setting up our CSS for every class name in our dates model. Finally, let us just give a media query here. So we'll say at media, and we'll give it a max width of 768 pixels. And we'll give the model content these properties. So we want the width to be 90%. Just 90%. Like that. Then you can save. Nice. Before we test our application, let us make a couple of changes. In our datesmodal.jsx, we need to change this on click and assign it to this. So I had set it to a smaller cap, so it need to be in capital letter on close like that. Another thing we need to change is created at here. It should be smaller t, the smaller t like this. Yeah, and I think that is the only tweak we need to make. Then ensure that you have hit Ctrl S, and then going back to our application, we can see that when we click this, we have a nice pop-up with a title and a date and the timestamp that it was created. And we also have this a cross icon. Now when we click this, it will set the index to null, therefore it will cancel this. So when I click this, it has cancelled. Nice, it's working well. You can also check for another one. It's working nice. Same way, great. Everything is working well. In the next section, we're going to look at the notes model, this one here, and it will actually use the same approach. In this section, we'll actually create and implement our notes model, this one here. Now in our notes model, we're going to pass in two arguments, which is going to be the onClose and not. Like that, and then we're going to Let us delete this. We're going to have a class name of model overlay. This we'll give it an on click of on close, like that. Now we'll create another div with a class name of model content. So we'll say on click. Inside the on click, we're going to pass in an event. So just say an event like this, and an arrow function which you're going to say event.stop propagation. This one here. We need to import our cancel icon. So we'll come here on top, just do this import. Like that. And then we shall call that icon, the cancel icon actually. So rx like that. And we'll give it an on click of on close. And a class name of model close icon. So we'll give it a class name of model close icon, like that. Then inside it, we're going to have a p tag with a class name of model title. And inside it, we're going to actually render notes.title. We're also going to have another p tag for status. So this p tag will have a class name of model status. And inside it, you're going to render model.not.status. So not.status like this. Before we render not.status, we can have a text that say status, then it will give the status like this, not.status. And we want to render this not.status inside a span tag because we want to actually give a CSS to it. So we'll say span, and inside the span we're going to render this not.status. The class name will be status text. Like that. Next, we'll have another p tag for the content. It will have a class name of model body. Inside it, you're going to actually render a book icon. So let us just first import the book icon. So we'll come here on top and say import. We want to import the book icon, which is fa book, like that, and we're importing it from React icons. Now we can call it here, so book like this, and we're going to give it a class name of book icon. So class name book icon. And beneath, we're going to have still another span tag with a class name of notes text. And inside it, we're going to render the notes content. Let's say notes.content, like that. We're actually done with notes model, and you can save it Then we need to create CSS for this notes model, and to do that we'll come inside the model folder here and create a new file, and we shall name it notesmodal.css. So notesmodal.css. Now before we define any properties, let us come inside our notesmodal.jsx and associate this file with its CSS. So just come here and import. We need to import the CSS. So import, say the model.css, so model overlay, we're going to have position fixed. Position is going to be fixed, and top 0, and also left 0, right 0, also going to have bottom 0, and this background color but with an alpha value of 0.6. We also have display flex, and we have align item center, and justify content center. Now the next class will be model content here. Now for model content, we're going to have a background of white, and a maximum width of 100%. A width of, also going to have a width of 500 pixels, and a height of fit content. Padding will be 1 rem, and display flex. Flex direction will be column, and border radius will be 0.375 rem. Finally, position will be relative. Now the next class name that we're going to give the CSS will be this model close icon. We'll give it a position of absolute, and top of 1 rem. We also give it a right of 1 rem, and a font size of 2.5 rem. And finally, color this color, and cursor pointer. Now the next class name that we are giving the properties will be, coming back here, it will be the model title, this one here. Now the model title will have a font size of 1.5 rem, and a font weight of bold. That is it. Now the next class name will come to our notes model, and you can see that it's model status, this one here. Now for model status, we'll give it a font size of 1.5 rem, and a font weight of bold, a margin top of 1.5 frame. After giving the CSS for model status, we need to give a CSS for status text, this one here. Inside our status text, we'll give it this color. Now for model body, we're going to have a display of flex, justify content center, align items center, and margin top of 100. Next will be for book icon, this one. Now for book icon, we're going to have a font size of 12.5 frame, and this color here. And a margin right of 0.75 frame. We're also going to have a margin top of negative 2.375 frame. Finally, we're going to have our note text class. This one, this is the last class, note text. Now for note text, we have a font size of 1.25 frame. And a margin top of 2.5 frame. And we're actually done. Actually done the CSS, and you can actually test this functionality. Let us come to application, and if we click here, nice, we can see that it has actually taken, the effect has taken place. We have this crossed icon and a book icon here. We have the status, and the status currently is ongoing, and we have the title here. This is a great channel, and also the content is here. I will subscribe now. Make sure you subscribe, because I'll be uploading more content, and the quality will be improving as we move on. Now you can see that we also have this cross icon, and when we click it, it will actually cancel it. You can also test with these other notes. Let us click here, and we have the title, status, and the content, and this book icon here, and we can actually close it here. So it's actually working fine, and this is great, and we are actually done with this section. When we come back to our application, we can see that we have this plus icon, and actually when we click this plus icon, it navigates us to this URL. At the moment, we have not set up any component to this URL. Now we need to actually create a component that will be used to add the notes, and this component will need to match this URL here, /notes/create. Now just a recap, we had set this in our heading.jsx. We can have a quick recap here. Let us come in our heading.jsx, and you can see that we had associated the plus icon with this URL here. Now we need to create an add note component, and to do that, let us navigate inside our source folder, right click and new folder, and we'll create a folder named pages like this. Inside the pages folder, we're going to create a new file, and we shall name it addnotes.jsx. Like that. Nice. Now we need to import React, but before we do that, let us just give it a boilerplate for our application like this, using RFC. Now in the add notes, we'll be using Axios. So to fetch data from the backend, let us just import Axios. So import Axios from Axios like that. Then inside here, inside the function add notes, we're going to actually declare some variables to set the title, to set the status, content, and also to check the status whether it's loading or not. You can say constant title like this, and then we can use set title, and we're going to give it an initial value of an empty string like this. You can see immediately we have used usestate here, it has automatically imported it from React. But I want to actually make it nice, so let me just delete this so that it can be easier to read. I'm going to import React from React, and then I'm going to import usestate from React. Like that. So we have a constant title, set title. This one will be used. Set title is a function that will be used to set the title. We're also going to have another function, another constant for status, and a function that will be used to set the status. But first we can have content and set content, and we have another function to set the status. So you can say constant status and set status. So we have title, status, content, and we also have another variable for loading to show whether we're actually loading. So you can just say constant, you can give it a function set is loading like that. You can, and we can give it an initial value of false. Loading is a Boolean variable, therefore it actually has two steps. It can actually be loading or not loading, so it can either be true or false. Then we'll be using link and use navigate from React Router. So to do that, let us first import link and use navigate. Navigate will be used to navigate to different URLs. So you can just say import link and use navigate from React. Like that. So you're importing link and use navigate from React. Now let us use this use navigate, and to use that you can just say it like this: constant navigate, and we'll set it to use navigate. We'll actually see the implementation of this just in a while. After this, we're going to declare data that we're going to post. Now to do that, we have three data that you're going to post, which is title, status, and content. So you can just say constant data, and we're going to give it actually title, three values: title, status, and content. So we need to create another function that we'll use to submit the note. So we can just say this constant handle submit. Just create a function known as handle submit. So we can say constant handle submit, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. And the first thing we need to do is to set the loading to true. So we'll set is loading to true. Now after setting the loading is true, we'll have a try catch statement here. So try catch like this, and inside the try we'll try and post data using Axios. So we'll say await axios.post, and then we'll pass in the URL and the data like this. So let us declare a constant and give it a name of URL. But instead of declaring another constant, we can come inside our notescard here, and then we can just consume the same URL, this one here. So I'll just use this URL since it's the same URL. So we have our API URL, which is this. So instead of URL, we're using API URL. We are making a post request and we are using this URL and we are passing in the data. And after passing in the data, if we are successful, we want to navigate to the home page. So we'll navigate just to the home page. Now to navigate to the home page, it's very simple. You just put a / like that. Otherwise, if we are not able to make a post request, then we can just console.error like this. And we'll pass in the error. We'll include a finally statement here. Inside the finally statement, we are going to set is loading to false. So whether we get an error or whether our post request is successful, then we actually need to set it to false. Now in our return statement, I'll just delete this. And then we're going to have a div with a class name of addNotes. AddNotes like that. Inside the div, we are going to have another div with another div for a back button. So we're going to have another div for a back button and we'll give it a class name of back button. First, we're going to have a link that will take us to the home URL. So to do that, you can just use the link that we had imported. And this link will navigate to the home URL. Inside the link, we're going to actually render a back icon. The back icon we're going to get from React icons. So first, let us import the back icon. So we'll come here on top and import the back icon. So we'll say import. We're importing the back icon from React icons. So we're using IO5 like that. So this is, now we have actually successfully imported the back icon. We'll actually call it as a component. So a class name of back icon. Outside this div of back button, let us check whether we are loading or not. So to do that, we use these curly braces and check whether is loading is true. So if loading is true, then we can, so we'll call inside here the spinner component. Now we're checking whether loading is true. If loading is true, we are calling the spinner component. Now the spinner, as you can see, it has automatically actually automatically imported it, but you can do it manually if it has not spinner. Otherwise, we need to actually capture the data that will be used in creating a note. So we are checking whether we're loading. If we are loading, then we'll load the spinner component. Otherwise, let us create another div with a class name of form container. Like that. And inside the form container, we have another div with a form box, a class name of form box. And finally, another div with a class name of form group. Now, inside form group, we're going to have a label. So just say label. And we'll use HTML4 like that and give it topic. And we'll give it a class name of form label. Then inside the label, we are going to render the topic. We are going to display the topic. we have a label, and the title for the label is topic. Now beneath the label we need to have an input, so we'll call input, which is a self-closing tag. Now the input will have these properties. Type will be text, ID will be topic, a class name will be form input, and placeholder will be enter topic. But I've just remembered we are not using topic, we're actually using title instead of topic. So allow me to change this. So we'll give it, instead of topic, let us say title, like that, just like this. Nice. And then the value will be title, like that. And then we're going to give it an on change. And the on change, we're going to pass in the input field. So to pass in the input field, you do it like this. We're going to set title with the value. So you can say it.target.value, like that. I'm going to copy this actually form group, and I'll use it for status. So I'll just copy this, and beneath our form box, I'll just copy this, and instead of topic, it will be, the label will be actually status this time, and we'll change title to status. Nice. Type is still text, and ID will be status. And instead of enter status, we'll say instead of enter title, we'll say enter status, and that the value will not be title but status. And instead of setting the title, we'll set status. Now we'll create a div for the content, and to do that, we'll just give it a name of form group. Inside it, we're going to have a label, just this label here. So allow me to copy that. We're going to have a label with, instead of status, it's going to be content, and the title of the label will be content, like that. And inside here, we're going to actually render text area. So just say text area, like this one. So we'll use a text area for our content. Inside the text area, we're going to give it an ID of content, and a class name of form text area, and a placeholder of enter content, and a value of content. And then we're going to have an on change, which will be, we are getting the input, and using this function set content, then we'll set it with whatever the input, whatever the value you're getting from the input. Remember, set content is, we had already declared it at this stage here. Now after that, we need to declare a button. So just declare a button here. Now we have a button component here, and the class name will be submit button. So class name submit button. And we are also giving it an on click, and this on click will take the function handle submit. So the submit button will actually submit the form, And handle submit is the function that was actually trying to post the data to the server, like that. And the name of the button will be just submit, just like that. And the next thing we can do is actually create a CSS for add note. So inside the pages, I'll create a new folder. Not inside the pages, pardon. Let us come inside our source folder, and I'll create a new folder for pages CSS, and I'll name it pages CSS, just like that. Inside the pages CSS, I'll create a CSS for add notes. So I'll create a new file like this, and I'll just say addnotes.css. And then position will be relative. Padding will be 2 rem. Now for back button, the position will be absolute. And left will be 1 rem. And top will be 1 rem. For the back icon, we'll have a font size of 2 rem. And this color. We'll also have transition. Now when we hover on the back button, we just want to change the color. So color will be this. Now the next class name is for form container. Now for form container, display will be flex. And justify content will be center. Align items will be center. And the minimum height will be 80 of the vertical height, 80% of the vertical height. Now for a form box, we're going to give it a linear gradient, a background of linear gradient. We're going to have 135 degrees and a padding of 2 rem. And a border radius of 80 pixels. Also going to have a box shadow. Of 0, 4 pixels, 8 pixels, and an RGBA value. And the width will be 100% and a margin of 2 rem. The next CSS will be for form group. This one here. Margin bottom will be 1.5 rem. The next CSS will be for form label. This one here, form label. Form label display will be block. And font size 1.2 rem. And a margin bottom of 0.5 rem. And a font weight of bold. Then we'll give the CSS for both the text area and form text area and form input. So ensure your spelling is correct. Now we'll give it a width of 100%. And a padding of 0.8 rem. And a border of 1 pixel solid. And a border radius of 4 pixels. And an outline of none. And then we're going to also have a transition of border color and the time will be 0.3 seconds. So you can accept this. The next CSS is for form input, and actually when we focus on the form input. And the same for text area when we focus on the text area. So for that, I'll give it this CSS, this color, a border color of, yeah, this one, like that. We'll give it a height of 150 pixels. Now we'll have a background of this color and this color. And finally border of none. Padding of 1 rem. And a border radius of 4 pixels. And a font size of 1.2 rem. And cursor will be pointer. Submit button hover. CSS when we hover on the submit button. So submit button. This background color. And this color, like that. And we're actually done with addnotes.jsx and its CSS. Now we actually need to call this component, and I'll call it in our app.jsx. Now we need to call addnotes.jsx here in app.jsx. Now to do that, I'll first need to restructure this code. So what I'll do is allow me to delete this, or rather not delete. Let me delete this div here, and also this div here, and also the heading. And then inside the router, I want to render routes. So I'll call routes. But before I call route, let us import it. So I'll import it here. So routes, like that. So importing browser router as router and route and routes. Just below the router or inside the router, we're going to call routes. So to do that, just do this. And inside the route, we're going to actually call the individual route. So I'll just accept this suggestion, but I'll delete the other one. So for the moment, let me just delete this. So the home URL, we want it to actually render the heading component, which is correct. Now I'll just copy this, and I'll use this for add note, for adding a single note. So instead, for adding a note, we want to use a path, a specific path. But first, let us load this component here. So just say add notes, add note like that. And as you can see, it has automatically imported that. Now let us see the route that we had set for adding a note. Let us come to our heading, and we see that we were to use this route, which is notes /notes/create. Therefore, I'll just copy this and come inside our app.jsx and change the route to that. So when we navigate /notes/create, it should take us to our add.jsx component, and we can actually save this and see it in action. Nice. We can see that we have a back button and a submit button, but I don't think we have actually imported the CSS for it, but it's working. We can see that we have this route. When we navigate to this route, this is the home URLs /notes/create. It's actually taking us to this component right here, and we have a back button here, so you can click back button and it's taking us to the home page, which is nice. You can just go back to our addnotes.jsx and check whether we imported the CSS correctly. We have not yet imported addnotes CSS, so let us import it here. So just say import. We're importing CSS from pages CSS like this, and we're importing addnotes like that .css. And then save. Ensure you save so that the changes can take place. Nice. After refreshing and saving, we can see this is our component that we have for adding a note, and you can see it is actually stretching and it is looking very, very nice. And when we hover, we can see there is a slight change on the back button, and the submit button is looking very beautiful. And these are the forms that we had. So we can actually enter a title, we can and a status and the content. So we can try and make a post request. So what I'll do, I'll just do this code with Daniel, and the status will be ongoing, and the content is I have just subscribed. I've just subscribed to this channel. Then you can just click submit. Nice. And you can see immediately we have this, the note has been added successfully. We have code with Daniel and the status is ongoing, and we also have a timestamp of the current date, which is very, very nice. So you can also click here and see the content. We have code with Daniel, status is ongoing, and I have just subscribed to his channel. Very, very great and very, very nice. Let us add another note. Let us just click here. Then we can extend this a bit. So you can extend the way we want. You can extend this a bit and give it another title. And this time will be, let's just say, I love watching tutorials. And the status will be completed. And you can say I have completed like that, and then you can click submit, and it's working very, very, very beautiful. Now the next component that we need to create is edit note. So I'll just come inside of this folder pages and create a new file, and I'll name it editnotes.js. Not JS. But one thing that is common with edit note and add note is that they're using the same forms. Everything is similar. We're only going to have a couple of changes. Let us first give a boilerplate for our function, which is RFCE, like this. Now for edit note, the function is quite similar as add note. So below the return, I'll just copy everything. Then I'll come inside the edit note and I'll paste it here. But instead of add notes, we are going to make a couple of changes. It will be edit notes like that, so that we export the function that is edit note like that. And then we're going to declare a function here. First, before declaring a function, we need to set some variables, which are still similar from add notes, the variables that we had already declared here. So we are still using title, content, and loading, and all this. We're also still using the params here. We're also going to use this URL here. So I'll just copy this, and then come inside edit note and paste it here. The URL for editing a note will actually need the ID of the URL, but let us just leave it like this for a while. Then we'll come and change it later. So we'll need title, but we'll need title and status, content, yeah, like that. So another thing that we need is the ID, and we'll be destructuring the ID from the params. So just say constant ID, and you're getting ID from params like this, like that. And as you can see, use params has been automatically imported. Another thing we need to do is to import. We need to import this. We need to import the load, this component spinner, these icons. So I'll just come here, add notes, and copy these imports. In fact, I'll just copy the whole of this part here, except the CSS part. Now the next thing that we need to do is actually use effect. Use a React hook, use effect. And to do that, we just come here and say use effect. Like this. This is the format of use effect. And we can actually import it from React. So you can say import use state. And aside from this, we want to also import use effect like this from React. So in the use effect, we are checking whether we have an ID. So we can create another const function inside it here that checks whether we have an ID, and if we have an ID, it's going to actually make a GET request. So we'll say this constant fetch note. This is a function fetch note. It's actually going to fetch note from the database. First, it is an async function, so we say constant fetch note is equals to async, and then we are checking if we have an ID. So we'll check if we have an ID, and if we have an ID, then we can have a try block here. We can have try catch block like that. So inside our try, we'll say constant response is equals to await axios.get, and we're getting from the information from about the node from this API URL. But this API URL, it needs to have an ID. So I'll add an ID here. And I'll change, instead of just a string, I'll change it to a template string. So like this, to a template string, and it will be $$ID like that. Nice. We have localhost 5000/API/nodes, and we can actually see this ID inside our browser. If we come here inside our application and click this one on edit, we can see that we have, this is the URL /nodes/edit, but we are also at the end we are having an ID. This is the ID that we want to capture. So after getting the response, we want to set the title, status, and content. So we'll say constant. So we'll say constant title, status, and content.
and we'll give it a value of response.data. So we'll set the title, status, and content from the response, which is here. So we are setting the title, status, and content from the response here. So to set a title, the function that is used is set title, status, set status, and so forth. So we'll set title to title, and set status to status, and finally set content to content. And inside the catch block, we just need to console.error. We can just say console.error, and inside the error we can just say error fetching notes, error fetching note, like that, and then we can pass in the value of the error. And then we need to call this function fetch note. We need to call it immediately inside our use effect. So we'll just say fetch note like that. Now we are calling that function, and we want this function to run once every time we have an ID. So we'll pass in inside this array, we'll pass in the ID, the value of the ID. That means every time we have an ID, this function fetch note is going to run. Now the next thing we need to do is create a handle submit function that will be used to actually change or edit the database, to edit the note. So to do that, we'll say constant handle submit like this. So this function handle submit is the same as this one that we had already declared it some times back. So it's still this function that we have. So we say constant handle submit, and it's going to be an arrow function, an asynchronous function because we're using a wait inside it. Inside the function, we want to set is loading to actually true, because before we load anything, we just say is loading is true, and then we try, and first we'll try to update the data. So we'll use a try catch block like this. Inside the try, we'll say await axios.post, axios not post but put, because we are changing data. So axios.put, and inside we want to pass the API URL. We want to pass this URL here, but we also want to pass in the data. Now we have await axios.put. Now we want to change some information in this URL, but we're also passing in the data, but we have not declared the data. So let us declare the data here, the data that will be used to update the note. So we'll say constant data. So we have a data of title and status and also content. After updating the note, we need to navigate to the home URL. So we'll say just navigate, and we are navigating to the home URL. Ensure that you have declared navigate here. Otherwise, just console an error like this. Just copy this, and then you can console the error here. Instead of error fetching note, we'll say error updating note. And I think we are done. The next thing we need to do is to create a CSS file for this. Yeah, pages.css here. So we need to create a file and name it editnote.css, editnotes.css. And the CSS will be the same as that of add-note. So I'll just copy the CSS for add-notes and come here and paste it here. And then hit Ctrl S. You have to save so that the changes takes place. And then we need to associate this CSS with the editnote.jsx. So just come here and import it. So import ensure you save so that the changes can actually be seen in our browser. Now we have not actually finished. The next thing is we need to come to app.jsx and call this edit note component. So we need to call the edit note.jsx component. Now to do that, I'll just come here, I'll just copy this, and then we can make some changes. So the path is not this one. So let us see the path that we had set for edit note component. But first, let us load the edit note component. You can just say edit note, and nice, you're getting edit notes from pages, edit note.jsx. Now let us change this path, and I'll change this so that you can have /notes/edit/forward_note id like this. But we'll be passing in the id, not id, but just id. Let us see, like that. We are passing in the id like that. Before we run our application, let us make a couple of changes. The first change, you come here inside your app.jsx, and we want to change this. Instead of the id has already been destructured, so the proper way of doing it is actually just like this, and then Control S, then you need to save, and then we can run our application and see. Now when we click this edit icon, nice, actually it is running correctly. We have it has actually loaded the previous data. We have the title, status completed, and the content, and you can see it's just the same. We can expand and reduce the size. Let us try and change something. Let us just edit some few details here. You can say hey you champion, and then click save, and automatically it has saved hi you champion. So it has actually saved our note, which is great and also a success. Let us come back to our note and include some error handling capabilities. So come back to your edit note.jsx. We also want to include an error message whereby if the user has not provided the title, status, and content. Remember, all these are required for our database to be complete. Just to confirm, you can come inside your backend folder, inside your models, inside your models not.js. You can see that all these fields are required. So title is required, content is required, and status is required. Now you can navigate back and give a condition in our edit note.js to ensure that that condition is fulfilled. We will implement it inside handle submit function. So just come here. Now we forgot to do something. Set is loading is true, but at the end of it all, it should be actually false. So whether we have a success in the try or whether we have a success in the catch, let us first ensure that the loading state is finally set to false. So we can just say finally like that, and then we can set the loading to false like that. Now let us give a condition to ensure that title, status, and content is provided. Now to do that, we can just come here and say if, then we can say if not status or not content. So we are checking if all the three data is provided. Then you can give our condition here. We can just tell it to return. Now we can just tell it to return. Now I can just simply do it like this, return alert all fields are required, but I'll not actually implement this. So let us just check what is going to happen. Now save, and then let us go back to application and try and run it. Now if I remove the status like that, then try and submit, we can have an alert here. You can see that we have an alert that says all fields are required.
which is nice. We have actually put a way to ensure that before we submit, before we edit a note, all fields are required, and if not, we have an error. So you can just try again and remove maybe the title and click submit. You're still getting the same response. And to go back, you can just click here. It's actually working well, but let us use an error message from use state. So you can say constant error message, and we're giving it an initial state of actually empty, an empty string, because we do not have an error, like that. And then here we want to say, instead of alerting, we can just, here it should actually be here. Yeah, instead of just alerting, we can set the error like this. You can set error message, all fields are required, just like that. Now to test for error message functionality, we have actually declared a constant here, error message, and a function to set the error message. And then if we have an error message, if you have an error, then you can set, for example, if status, title, and note content is not provided, then we can set the error message as all fields are required, instead of just alerting. Now we can, to implement that, let me just add here beneath, like we can do it here, just beneath this class name of back button, and we can check whether we have an error message. So to do that, we just say error message. So if we check there's an error message, and if there's an error message, we actually want to display that error message in a div. So you can say div class name, and you're going to give it a class name of error message. Now we check whether we have an error message, and if you have an error message, then we need to display a message, and the message will be displayed inside the division, and the message will be actually error message, like that. And then we can give the CSS of this, but before we give this one CSS, we can first test its functionality. Let us test if it is working. Now let us save and then go back to our browser. Now I'll just pick a random note and try and change something. So I'll come here. I'm watching tutorials, and instead of watching tutorials, maybe I'll just remove one part of status, and then I'll just click submit, and as you can see, we have all fields are required. Let us give some CSS to this, and I'll just give it this color, just say color, and I'll give it just this color, then save, and then you can check. So I'll just come here and remove this part, and I'll click submit, and you can see we have this color, all fields are required. Now in real sense, it has actually not cleared the error message. So there is a way we can actually go about it so that we ensure after it has displayed the error message, it will actually clear it. Now I'll just come inside our edit node.jsx and add the functionality. Now I'll come inside the on change here. So we have this on change. Apart from just getting the target from the input, we can actually check if there's an error message, and if there's an error message, we need to clear the error message. Set the error message to an empty string like this, like that. So I'll just copy this, and then I'll just come here. I'm going to paste it. So this one will not be for set title, but it will be for set status. Make sure you change that. Set status like that. And then I'll come for the last part here. Instead of set title, it will be set content. And then let us go back to our application. Let me just remove one part so that you can test the functionality. So we have all fields are required. Just say hello, and you can see that immediately I type in some values, the error message has disappeared. Now we have seen that when we click the edit icon and we leave one field missing, then we're going to get an error message, and this is the error message. It doesn't matter which field we are filling, but if we have any of the empty fields, then we will still get an error message like that. Let us add more CSS to this error message. So I'll just come back, then just ensure that you are in your edit node.css, and then let us give the error message more CSS. Now we'll give it a light red background. So just say background color, and it will be this color. We'll also give it a light red border. So just say border 1 pixel solid, and then a border radius of 5 pixels. And a font weight of bold. And a margin bottom of 15 pixels. Display will be flex. Align items will be center. And font size 16 pixels. We'll also add CSS before, like that. And you can give a value of content. And we'll give it this emoji. So we'll give it a warning icon here. So the content will be a warning icon, that is before, and margin right 8 pixels. Like that. Let us save, and then we can come back to our site, and you can see that the error message has actually changed. Let me stretch it a bit. You can see we have this icon here for error message. So you can just remove an item so that you can see the error message again. So we have this is the error message. In this section, we'll implement the delete functionality. So when we click the delete icon, it should actually delete this node. At the moment it's not working, but we're actually going to make it work. Now the first thing we need to do is to come back inside our pages folder and create a new file and name it delete notes.jsx. delete notes.jsx. And then we'll give it just a normal boilerplate of a React function by clicking RFCE like that. We're going to set first the loading state, and we're going to use state. Therefore, let us first import use state from React. So I'll say import use state from React. And then we'll say constant loading. Constant is loading, then we'll give it a function set is loading and an initial value of false. We also need to import use navigate and use params and links from React Router DOM. So I'll just come here on top and import them from React Router DOM like that. So we'll be using link, use params and use navigate from React Router DOM. Then you can say constant navigate is equals to use navigate, and then we need to destructure the ID from the params. So we say constant ID is equals to use params. we are actually destructuring the ID from the parameters. Now when we come back to application, if we click delete, we have this ID. This ID is the one that we are destructuring from this parameter in the URL. Next, we'll set up a URL that will be fetching the exact node that we want to delete. So you can say constant API URL is equals to this localhost 5000 slash API slash node slash for slash ID. Now, the same API URL is the same that we used here inside our edit node.jsx. So we are using this same API URL. Let us go back, and then we'll define a function for deleting. So we'll call it constant handle delete. So it's handle delete. And you can see we have some suggestions here, which is correct. So I'll just accept this. So we're having constant handle delete, which is an asynchronous function. Initially, we are setting the loading state to true. In the try section, we say await axios.delete. The method is delete, and you're actually deleting from this URL, API URL. After successful delete, we need to navigate to the home URL. Otherwise, we just need to console the error like this. Regardless of whether it was successful deleting or not, we need to set the loading state to false. I'll just delete this, and then I'll create a div with a class name of delete nodes container. Then we actually need to check whether we are loading. So we need to check if the is loading state is true. So to do that, you just say is loading, and then if it's loading, then we'll render the spinner component. We'll create a div with delete nodes contents. So I'll say delete node contents, and inside it I'll render another div with a back button. So I'll just say back button. Inside it we need to actually render this icon, and this suggestion is true, so I'll just accept it. Now we need to actually import this, so I'll just copy this, then come back here, and then we need to import it from React icons. So just import, and we're importing from React icons, just like that. Then we'll render another div immediately outside the back button div. Immediately outside this div, back button div, we need to render another div with a class name of confirmation box. So we can actually render another paragraph text with a class name of confirmation text. So p like that, and class name confirmation text. And inside it, then we can just ask, do you really want to delete this node? Then immediately outside this confirmation box, we can actually render a button. So you can just say button. The name of the button will be delete. Then we're going to give some properties to this button. So I'll just drop it like that. And then the type will be button, and the class name will be delete button. On click will be handle delete. So when we click this button, it will actually call this function handle delete, which we have already declared here. We actually need to set this component down here in app.jsx so that we can give a specific path and the element that is going to act on that path, just like we have done for all these other elements. Now before we do that, let us just finish with CSS. I'll come here inside the pages.csx and create a new file, and I'll name it deletenode.css.
I'll give it a padding of 2 rem. And then the back button. Now for back button, position will be absolute, left 1 rem and top 1 rem. Then we have back button icon, and we're going to give it a font size of 2 rem. And this color, and a transition of 0.3 seconds. And then we're going to give it some hover properties and the color and that color. Now for delete notes content, display will be flex. Flex direction will be column. Align items will be center. Justify content will be also center. And a minimum height of 80 VH. Text align will be center. We'll give it a linear background. Padding will be 2 rem. Border radius will be 8 pixels. Box shadow. Font size will be 1.2 rem. And the margin bottom will be of 1 rem. It will have a background of this color. And then that color, border will be none, padding will be 1 rem, border radius will be 4 pixels, a font size of 1.2 rem, cursor will be pointer, and transition will be background color 0.3 seconds. Finally, we'll have a CSS for delete button hover, and we'll give it this color when you hover on the delete button, like that. Now before you check in our website, let us come here inside app.jsx. And then you can just have the same route, like this, the same for deleting. Instead of loading the edit component, you're actually going to load the delete notes. So let us load delete notes like that. And you can see automatically it has been imported here, delete notes. Now before we run our application, we actually need to import Axios, the one that we are using here. It is not imported from anywhere here. So let us import it. So to import that, just come here and say import Axios from Axios. We also need to change something else. When you navigate back to your app.jsx, we actually forgot to to change this. So this one is not for editing, it's actually for deleting. So you can just change this instead of edit and change it to delete. Because if we go back inside our notescard like this, we can see that for deleting a note, this was the route that we have. So we have this /note/delete and then the actual ID. So you can save that and then you can run our application. Now let us check the delete functionality and see whether it's working properly. So when I click here delete, nice, it's asking me whether do I really want to delete this. So I can either delete
by clicking this button, or I can just click here and go back. But let us just delete. Nice, you can see that the number of notes have reduced. We can also delete one more note. Now let us just delete a random note, for example this one. If I click it here, then I'm being asked, do you want to delete? I'll click yes, and the number of notes has actually reduced, which is also a success. And that is the implementation of delete functionality. If you have reached this state, then congratulations. Now the last part will be actually to set our tables, because we are only just rendering the notes table, but we want to actually render the notes in a table format. We have done everything in the notescard, and now the last part is notes table. We'll actually be fetching data from the backend, so I'll need to import Axios. Just say import Axios from Axios. And we'll also need to import use state, because we'll be setting up notes and the loading state. So I'll just say import use state from React. And we'll also need use effect. So use effect, you can just put it aside here. Use effect, like that. Now let us come back inside our return function. But before you go inside our return function, first let us set our function to set a note. So we can say constant note, the use state of false. So we're saying constant note, and the function to set the note, you can just say set note, like that. And you're going to give it an initial value of an empty array, like this. We also need to declare we can use the same URL to fetch notes, the same URL that we're using in the notescard. So you can just come here, notescard, and copy this URL, because it is the same URL that will be used in the notes table.jsx. So I'll just paste it here. So we have this URL, and then inside it, just below it, I'll declare a function to actually fetch the notes. So I'll say constant fetch notes. Now inside this fetch function, we're going to have a tried catch block, like this. Inside our try block, we're going to try and actually get notes from the database. So we'll use this, we'll just say like this, constant response like this. So I'll accept this because it is true. So we have constant response is equals to await axios.get. We want to get the notes, and then we'll set the notes using the response that we get, and we'll also set the loading state to false. And then beneath here we can just console the error and say console.error, and we can include a finally statement here. Yes, finally. So we can include a finally statement and set the loading state to false. So whether we are successfully getting the notes or not, the loading state should be set to false. Now we are having this, we are using await here, so our function should be declared as an asynchronous function. Just below, behind this brackets, can just say async, like that, and that should fix that. Now let us use effect to actually call fetch notes function. So I'll say use effect like this, and inside it we'll give it an arrow function. Inside the arrow function, we're going to call fetch notes, and actually we're not giving it any dependencies or values, just like that, an empty values, or an empty array, like that. Inside our return statement, we're going to have a div with a class name of not stable container. So I'll just delete this and say not stable container. inside the div we need to check whether we are in the loading state. So we'll just say this is loading, and if it's loading we want to load the spinner component, otherwise we want to actually load a table. So we can actually load the spinner component, and to do that I'll just do like this, spinner like that. Now if you're not in the loading state, then we need to actually, now if you're not in the loading state, we need to call a table component. So I'll just say table, and I'll give it a class name of notes table. Notes table like that. Inside the table I'll have the head part, so t head like that, and also the rows, so t row like that. The first row will have a class name of table header, so I'll say th this, and inside it, and first I'll give it a class name of table header, date, content, and actions. So inside, so I'm just going to copy this 4 times actually, so that we can have 5 of them. So I'll just copy this one. Inside the first one I'm going to render the number of the note, so I'll just say s_n, which will represent the number. Header of the row, I'll give it a value of title, and the third one, it's still table header, but I'll give it a status of, I'll give it a status column. So table header status column, inside it I'll just give it a name of status, table header and date column, and then inside it just date, and then we'll have content, and the last one will be for actions. Outside the table head we want to render the table body, so I'll say t-body like that. Inside the table body we're going to map over the notes array, notes.map, and we'll pass in a value of item and index like that, and then an arrow function can say tr, and we'll give it a key of item_id. So each individual note will have a unique ID. Then we'll say td, and we'll give it a class name of table cell, and we'll actually render the current index. So we say index and then increment it. So I can just say index +1. I can just copy this, and I'll do the same for the title. Then I'll just copy the same and do the same for status. So inside the class name I'll add here status column. Now I'll accept this. So next one will be class name table cell, and the value will be the date, the actual date, and the time that it was created at. To convert the date to string, so I'll just say to string like this. To string like this, yeah, just like that. And then the next item to be rendered will be the item's content. So I'll just accept this. So I'll copy this, and inside here, instead of actions, we're going to have some links that will take us to some actions such as deleting, editing, and so forth. I'll just call link, and this link, just remember that we had already imported it here from React Router DOM, like that. So ensure you have imported that, otherwise it will not work. Now inside the link, you're going to give it a path, so we'll say to, and the first one will be for actually editing a note. So we'll say link to, and then give it a template string and say /notes /edit /item_id. And inside it, you're going to render the edit icon. And the edit icon, I'll give it a class name of action edit icon. So class name. But the second link will have actually the delete icon. So I'll accept this. So we have this link that will take us to this /delete and the specific item ID, and then we're going to use the delete icon that we have just imported, and the class name will be actions delete icon, just like that. Then navigate to this other folder, components.css. So I'll just come here inside components.css and create a new file and name it notescard.css. Not notescard, notestable.css. So the first class name, this is the first class name. Now we'll give it a padding of 1 rem. Call it. We'll give it a width of 100%. A border spacing of 0.5 rem. And then border collapse will be separate. Now border will be 2 pixels. We also have a text align of center. Padding will be 0.5 frame. Font size will be 1.25 frame. And we'll have this background color. Now for status column, we'll give it a display of none. So display of none, it will be hidden on smaller screens or smaller devices. Then we have not stable, and the status column still not stable, and status column and date column, and date column. So display will be table cell. Border 2 pixels solid. We'll give it a padding of 0.5 frame. Text align will be center. Font size will be 1 rem. Background and this background color. So we'll come here table.jsx and import our CSS. Let's come to components.css /. Yeah, notestable.css. Before testing our application, let us have a quick look on our notestable.jsx, and we can be able to identify whether we have some errors. So we can come here, and I've immediately spotted an error. So it is item dot underscore, like that. Let us save and see whether we're getting any data. Nice, we're actually getting some data here. Whereby we have table, we have the serial number, status, date, content, and the actions. So we can just try and see whether these actions are working. So when I click here, nice, it is taking me to this page for editing page. Now I can also test delete functionality. Let me just delete one of them. Now let me delete the last one. Nice, it's asking me that, do I really want to delete this? Now when I click delete, it's working. If I go to, you can see also it has updated our notes on this other side. Now if I go in tables format, you can see we have actually this. So when we save our CSS, you see that we have a beautiful table here. Now we have the table format, we have this actually, which looks very, very beautiful. Now there's a beautiful library known as React Hot Toast. You can just have a look at it. You can come here inside your favorite browser and type React Hot Toast. Now inside reactHotToast.com, we have some guidelines on how to use it. I would like to make our application more beautiful by including React Hot Toast. Now if you're using Yarn, you can just do this, but in our case we're using npm. Therefore I'll just copy this command, then come inside our terminal. So inside our frontend, you can first just type cd frontend, then we need to install, then type npm install react hot toast, like that. Nice, it has successfully installed the package. Now let us just run let us restart our frontend server by typing npm run dev. The place that you put the toaster that will be used for showing pop-up messages is just below this router. So you can call it here. So you can say toaster like that. Now at the moment it does not know what toaster is. Now let us just add it. So to add it, you come here on top and say import toaster from React Hot Toast. So we have already integrated toaster inside our program. So the next thing we can just do is to call it inside our application. Now I would like us to have a toast wherever we have deleted something successfully or we have been able to add a note successfully. Therefore I'll come inside add notes.jsx. Before actually navigating to the home URL, I want to just toast success to show a notification of success. So to do that, I first need to import React Hot. Just need to import toast from React Hot Toast. So I'll just say import, say toast.success, not added successfully, like that. Now that one is for adding note. We can come here and do the same for actually deleting a note. Here we'll toast success, so we say toast.success, not deleted successfully. But you can also toast here inside our error and just show a pop-up message for an error. So you can say toast.error failed to delete a note. Now we come to adding a note and you can also ensure that we have an error here. This is what I had forgotten to do, like that. So you can also toast and say error adding a note. Then you can come here. We have added this functionality inside our add note, delete note. Let us do the same for edit note. I just need to toast not fetched successfully. We can actually toast this one for fetching note. And then we can also toast here and say error fetching notes, like that, and also give a toast. So we can just toast, we can toast dot error, or alternatively can say all fields are required, all fields required. You can just say oops, all fields are required, like that. Now when you come here, you can test it here actually by clicking here, and you can see that note has been fetched successfully. Let us first try and remove one item and try to submit. Now we have here the confetti that all fields are required, just as we had set. We have oops, all fields are required. So you can remove this if you no longer need it, and we can try and update it. So I can just say completed, and I've just subscribed to this great channel. Let me just click here. Now, beautiful, we have notes updated successfully. Actually, it's a note not updated successfully. Let us try and delete the same note that we have added. So you can just click here and see. So after I click this button delete, it should pop up here and say note deleted successfully. Let me just click this. Nice, we have note deleted successfully. Now let us test the same on when you are adding a new note. Just come here on the plus icon and click it, just like that. And then if I submit this note here, then it should pop up and say not added successfully. Let me just click submit. Nice, we have not added successfully. Now for the final tweak, let us come back inside our addNote.jsx, and you can see that, just a quick recap on addNote.jsx. We can see that our handle submit functions actually takes the data, which is the note, status, and content. But we have not actually put some error boundary here. We should actually have a condition that checks whether we have a note, status, and title before sending the data to the URL. So I'll just come here. We can have the same function that we did have for edit notes. So I'll just come here, edit notes, and you can come to your handle submit, and then I can just copy this part that we had actually added in the edit note section. So you can just come and copy this, so that we have, before we submit, we have to check whether we have a note, title, and content. So I'll just come here inside our handle submit here, and then I can just copy this function here. Nice. So we are checking if we have a status, title, and content, and if we do not have, then we should have this one. So you can just say oops, all fields are required, like that. Nice. Now you can test this functionality. Just come back inside your browser and you can just try and do that. But before we do that, ensure that you have saved so that the changes can actually take place. We first need to remove this set error message because we had not defined it, and then we need to save the application. Then I'll just come back and test the functionality. So you can see the title can be add note, status can be completed, and you can just, inside the content, you can just leave one section empty and then try and click submit. Now when you click submit, we have this notification here, oops, all fields are required, which is nice. So we have actually put a section whereby we check whether we have all the fields, to ensure that if we do not have any field, then we should have a toast that tells us at least we are missing a certain field. Thank you for being here, and thank you for watching all along, and ensure that you subscribe and also like, so that other people can view this great application, MERN Stack. Thank you very much. See you in the next one.